every city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is May 5th, YC128. Happy Cinco de Mayo. May the return of the 5th. I don't know, whatever. Either way, it is the Eve Universe show. Welcome, 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 guys. Uh-oh, my audio might be a little bit loud. Probably still good. Probably still good. Here is my new setup. Oh my gosh. How's it going, guys? Settle on in. Make sure to like the stream. We are sitting outside of the Yantey Syndicate headquarters. Boy, has it been a couple of days for me, man. We are outside of the Yantey Syndicate Bureau. We will be talking about why in a few seconds. But in the meantime, I do have my new setup, so you can kind of see my background there. I hope this is good. I don't know. How's it going, guys? Yesterday, my throat was feeling really froggy and all that sort of stuff, so I took the day off to focus on other things. I talked about it in my Ashtaroth, or like in the Discord and all that stuff. But we do have news today, so I definitely want to cover that. Lots of news. I was sort of frustrated at the lack of updates when it comes to some of the more broken sites. Thankfully, it looks like they've all been fixed. What kind of mic is that? Oh, why would you ask that question right now? Hold on. I can find that out in theory. Previous orders. It is the Mano USB gaming microphone, DGM 220S. I'll link it in chat. I should probably make like a referral code or something like that for it, but in the meantime, that's what I got. It works pretty good though, from what I've heard and what I've seen. But okay, so we are here in Poidot. My original plan actually was to be sitting outside of the SOE, the Project Discovery number 1, like the first phase 1. Jesus, okay. Today's not going to be a great day, I can already tell. No, so we were outside of the Sisters of Eve phase 1 Project Discovery like landmark, and apparently this guy, who I think just does a lot of ganking because it's an SOE system, decided to come out and get me. And I played around with him for a little bit. I got away from him a couple of times, and then I decided that I just wanted to see like if he would make a go for it and what would happen. And he did. And I did activate my assault damage control in the Repper, but he did manage to actually kill me. I don't even know whether or not, I mean, certainly not worth the loot I dropped. I'm not even sure I'm pretty sure if you combined all of the thrashers that he spent, he probably spent more money than I did. Got my pot away, which is good. It's just, I don't know. I apparently have a fan, is all I know. So instead, I decided to grab an interceptor and come to Poidot. Why? Why might I have gone to Poidot? Well, ladies and gentlemen, according to the news, and we will cover this more deeply in a second, we have the Caldari state has conquered Syndicate. So we can see here, there's this picture of this Titan in front of the Poidot station. Well, I had to see for myself, and we can see that there is, in fact, no Titan in game. So whatever happened got resolved and is gone now. However, if we look in the top right, or sorry, left, we can now see that Poidot is owned by the Caldari state. So very fascinating, but I did need to get my eyes on Poidot itself, just to see if there was anything worth looking at. Unfortunately, there's not, but that's why I need you to like the stream for all of the effort that I put into. Yeah, I'm 90% sure he lost more on the kill. So yeah, we have some stuff to go over today. I kind of want to run some sites and stuff, although now I'm all the way out in Poidot. We have the lore to cover. if they break out, wonder if we get other pod hunting part of the event. It's interesting, isn't it? I don't know, man. Like, so, okay. Actually, you know what? Let's jump into that first and foremost, because I feel like so much of our discussion is just going to be based on that. It would have been cool if the Titan's here. I'm actually kind of disappointed that there isn't. I would expect there to be a massive blockade here. Unfortunately, there's not. Okay, so let us begin. Actually, I'm going to begin first and foremost. Man, which one do I want to do? Do we want to do patch notes or do we want to do lore first? I guess I'm here, so I should do the lore first. What are the Caldari doing with my guys in Syndicate? Okay, well, we'll do the lore first. Setting this up real quick. Let's make sure. I'm going to reset my cloak so that way I don't like get observatoried. Somebody's already gone out of their way to try to kill me once today. They're inspired by Agar. There definitely is a, like, Agar did nothing wrong vibe to all of this. It's interesting. One of the consequences of this is it makes it so that the new connection that was made by Agar is like so much more important now for the Yantey. All right, recloaking, setting up our spot, and all right. Let's go. Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden. This is your New Eden news for May 5th, YC128. Caldari State conquers Syndicate. Breakout expected. The Caldari Navy has launched a major offensive on Syndicate, claiming sovereignty and declaring the region of an unincorporated state territory. Coordinated fleets sweeping through the 106 systems, demanding that local authorities surrender and accept state rule. While there were some limited exchanges of fire, the majority of these authorities surrendered quickly. The military operation was carried out in response to the supposed role of the Yantey Syndicate in the recent Jita Gate disaster. Executive General Heike Torigo, who led the operation, spoke to reporters from the Yantey Syndicate Bureau on Poidot, quote, "The goal of this operation was to end the Syndicate threat with maximum damage to civilian infrastructure. With minimum damage to civilian infrastructure or harm to the innocent people of the Syndicate region. In both these respects, the operation has been an unmitigated success," end quote. The Yantey Syndicate is not a unified group, but a series of autonomous entities linked together by a mutual cooperation. Torigo used this precise chain of strategic deployments across the region to guarantee each engagement featured a significant Caldari force against an unprepared and outgunned fleet of local Yantey space police. Despite the Caldari's success, many planets and the majority of the stations within Syndicate remain under the control of local authorities with ties to the Yantey Syndicate. Chairman Akimakasaraki addresses the people of Syndicate via holocast, conveying that, quote, this is just the beginning. Long have we, Caldari, and the exiled Yantey of Syndicate been kindred spirits. Your forebearers acted against the crushing weight of the Federation control just as ours did. 2 years ago, we made a commitment to protect you, the Yantey of Syndicate. Now it has become clear that the very group that we signed that agreement with is the greatest threat to this region and beyond. They have sold their own people's independence to pirates and thieves at a black market price. We shall no longer suffer the dishonor of that the so-called Yantey Syndicate spreads. Dismantling an organization with its claws dug in deep will take time and your trust. We will earn that trust by acting with honor, showing you the value that we place on loyalty and demonstrating our strength. Join us and lift this region out of the darkness and deliver justice to the Yantey Syndicate. President offers amnesty. Syndicate breakout expected. Yantey Prime-born Federation President Alex Moreau had promised amnesty to the descendants of those exiled from her planet during what the Federation leader has called, quote, the darkest period of our history, end quote. While many Syndicate residents have no desire to return to Federation rule, the proposal is expected to appeal to higher-ranking members of the Yantey Syndicate, who are now fleeing from the Caldari manhunt. Caldari Navy forces have received intel that their capital ships carrying high-priority Intaki Syndicate targets will be moving out of Syndicate on YC128.05.05. With multiple possible routes out of the region and into Federation space, the Navy is calling on Capsuleers to help them intercept these forces as they cross into Federation territory. Smaller, undetectable vessels are expected to be making the crossing via more circuitous routes. But stopping this major breakout would be a significant victory in the state's efforts to dismantle the Syndicate. News in brief. Caldari forces maintain engagement lines with Federation Navy despite Syndicate force diversion. Capital fights in Quirius leads to over 2.5 trillion ISK in combined losses. Initiative diplomats announce an end to raids on Winter Coalition infrastructure. Traffic monitors in UALX TAC 3 report suspected mass sinusoidal field invasion, in fact, Capsuleer beacon display. Residents of Syndicate put forth motion to preserve legacy of Isana in Poitat following Caldari sovereignty. Baroque tribe warns of threat posed by Amar missionaries in Republic space due to warpath invasions. That is it for your new news for today. Now for some analysis. And what a big event this is. Let me just double check the chat if there's anything here. Caldari showing their colors, those being gray and bluish gray. Yeah. I used to live in Syndicate and mission run for the Intaki Syndicate. I really don't like the idea of the Caldari state taking over the region. Neither do I. Drake costs in the area is dropping, so it's a win. Okay, so yeah, we do have... Syndicate is a really good place. If you've ever wanted to do faction warfare, or not faction warfare, if you wanted to do high-sec stuff without having to deal with the normal high-sec crowds, like for instance, if you want to, say, mine Plagia class in during the event, doing so in Syndicate is always a good idea. It's a good place to do mission running. It's a good place to do high-sec mining. It's a good place to set your war headquarters. There's a reason why people like Syndicate, and it's because it is so cut off from everyone else. Think Syndicate will turn into low-sec? I don't think so. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm so dumb. Let me take 2 steps back. It's been... Okay. Look, guys. It's hard for me to keep up with everything. You're absolutely correct. Syndicate is not Solitude. I was thinking about Solitude. I'm sorry. I was thinking about Syndicate. Let's try this again. No, Syndicate is also a really good place to... It's also a good place to do nullsec because it is NPC nullsec. Yada, yada, yada. But the point is that it is now Caldari space. So I am currently in Poidat, which is of course, the de facto capital of Syndicate. But you can see that nothing really has changed at Poidat Station. We don't see any massive buildup or anything. However, if we open up the map, we will see that the sovereignty of the entirety of Syndicate is now Caldari space. It used to be that only this one constellation was Caldari owned, and then the rest of Syndicate was still owned by the Intaki Syndicate. But as of right now, the Syndicate has no space whatsoever. What's interesting about this is that it does actually kind of grant some legitimacy to some of the actions that Celis Agard did. One of the biggest things that Celis Agard was known for was this gate connection right here from Kenrick to Solitude. Because the problem is, you can see here that Solitude is high-sec. That's the place I was trying to talk about being a great place to do all kinds of high-sec activities. But as you can see, without this connection to Kenrick, the only way to get to Solitude is either through Syndicate or through Iridia. And Iridia is like Amar space and stuff, so that's not direct. And Syndicate was always kind of questionable because it's Intaki Syndicate. And so it was an important thing for the Federation to reconnect contiguous Galente space, not high-sec, but Galente space. And so one of the Stargates that was built during Stargate Trailblazer was this Kenrick to Egahorn Stargate connection, which is now the only connection. If it wasn't for that, then this Caldari-owned Syndicate region would be you would have to pass through Caldari space to get from Galente space to Galente space, which would have been freaky. So at least now the Galente have this one Stargate, Kenrick to Egahorn, but it's not not very reliable. Not a great spot to be in as far as the Gallente goes. Yeah, I mean, they could use wormholes, of course, but like that is not something that the Empire will long-term rely on, obviously. Theory, Caldari start trying to take Solitude next? Maybe. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what's going on here. So this has been, you know, what we've been talking about. I've been putting out the New Eden News, and I've been putting out the edited version of the New Eden News, so you should be able to find those. And I actually just came out, like, we did a video 2 years ago where I covered this whole thing with the Syndicate and Sylphie and Diabel and the SOE and all this kind of relationship. And it's funny because I went back and watched that old video, and I was like, even then I was like, I feel like there's the edges of a conspiracy here. And then like just last week when we covered it again, because now that Sylphie has been arrested, you should go back and watch that video. I will be coming out with the edited version of that, or at least the cutout version of that here in the next day or so. But in the meantime, even then, like we've been just constantly chewing on this supposed conspiracy where basically you can map, I found that you can map more or less all of the conspiratorial actors in the universe. You can frame it in the idea of Laidai versus Ishikone, which is kind of fun. But as part of this, this is just like another huge step in the shift of things when it comes to the Caldari state. But the real question is, like, why are they doing this? What is this? What could this possibly mean for our future? So to that end, I think that I'm not. So two things. First of all, clearly one of the things that's happening is, oh no, I didn't post. Hold on, I didn't pull up this piece of information. Hold on. If you go look at the news and we see that the Warpath is here news, we see that there is a capital escalation site. For organized fleets, a new capital support site in Lowsec that comes online next week will offer a heavier challenge. In these encounters, cap boosters must be delivered to an allied Titan under pressure. If the operation succeeds, the Titan will unleash its doomsday weapon on the hostile Titan, turning the tide in a spectacular fashion. The setting will be epic, and you can participate in an amazing sight that's never been seen before in the shadow of clashing Titans. And we also see in HoboLeaks today, as part of the patch, they did introduce these new wrecks, the different wrecks, the remains of a destroyed ship, perhaps with the proper equipment, something of value could be salvaged from it. So it looks like it's supposed to demand a salvager as per a normal wreck. But these are the wrecks that they're being put in for the event site that is supposed to be happening this Thursday, right? It's not out yet. It's going to come this Thursday, I'm pretty sure. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Yep, I was just in a Rookie chat helping out Rookie. I tend to try to do that, especially you know, while I'm waiting for the show to start. How do they take all 100 systems in one break? Do you know how big like these Empire navies are? I mean, it is true. It's kind of like questionable. You could argue it's what they've been doing all week. But, you know, it is a question of how they managed to do that so quickly. But the point is that this is saying that there's going to be a breakout on the 7th, which is on 2 days, which would be Thursday, which would make it be the 1 week time period. So theoretically speaking, this capital site will go live on that same day. So the chances are that this is the justification for the introduction of the capital site, which is both useful and kind of confusing, right? Because like, so with the capital site, we don't actually know whether or not you could support either side, right? In all of the sites right now, you kind of only support the one side, right? You either support the, you know, if you're in the Gallente side, you're fighting the Caldari, et cetera, but you can't really like win the site for the enemy team. This feels a little bit more like you might be able to win for either side because there's two Titans involved, both of which want to destroy the other one. But it really feels like this is part of the whole breakout process. But remember, if that's true, this will likely need to, like, this story will need to justify a little bit more, because this only justifies the Caldari Gallente operations in the low-sec systems or in Syndicate, right? That little area, because these are only going to be in low-sec, right? Yeah, these are going to be in low-sec. So theoretically speaking, not in the actual Syndicate systems itself, but, you know, we can see that, yeah, the news story does say that they're breaking out in capitals. We can see that there is, all this area is low sec and Placid. Solitude is high sec and low sec mix. Verge Vendor is mostly high sec, some low sec. And of course, Iridia is a mixture of high sec and low sec too. You could theoretically just put the capitals here as well, because, you know, they could be breaking out in this direction towards Iridia, which would explain why they're in Mimitar Amar space as well. It's just going to be a matter of how they decide to do this. But it does look like what's going on in Solitude, or sorry, in Syndicate, is going to be the reason why the capital site starts showing up in on Thursday. Standings wise, Syndicate is still allied to the Caldari. Perhaps the Syndicate intentionally let them in. I strongly recommend against thinking too much about the in-game standings. They do sometimes fix those, but I'm telling you, of all of the things that are left inaccurate, often the in-game NPC standings is like one of the last things for them to get correct, unfortunately, or whatever. Unfortunately, fortunately, hold on a second. There we go. Now my camera isn't covering up part of the chat. Syndicate isn't a unified state nation like the Empire. Their forces are like a drop in the ocean compared to other empires. Yeah, that's true. I wish they bring mining crits and missions back. I never felt so happy when it was active. I didn't even realize they stopped. Did they stop mining crits in missions? Oh, I think that they did it because it's like a specific ore. So if they allow waste and crits in it, then it can cause all kinds of weird problems. Anyway, back to the story, though. Right? Hold on. Okay, so back to what is going on. So yeah, it looks like this story, this idea of capital ships carrying high priority Intaki Syndicate targets, this is going to be the initiation of the new capital sites. As far as everything else goes, let's see. This is just kind of throwaway in the fact that the fighting is still going on between the Federation and the Caldari, because of, in spite of this, the capital fight in Quirius, this is the... I'm not even sure if I 100% know this one. This one, like, you know, there's been the big fight where the fraternity structure was headshot, like their major staging system, and the initiative has declared that that is the end of their military campaign at the moment against fraternity or Winterco, and so have pulled out on that. This traffic monitors sinusoidal field invasion is actually, so this is a reference to Bellicose Day, John Bellicose. This is a thing that happens every year. It's basically a every year I like to talk about this. I've actually met Mom Bellicose a few times, and I really deeply respect this whole thing. But also, it's like, well, how do I talk about this on YouTube? But basically, John Bellicose was a player that a few years back regrettably decided to stop being a player in a real way. And so in honor of that, and Mom Bellicose, who is the real life mother of John Bellicose. John Bellicose was at the time a very active and much beloved member of Brave Newbies, and so Brave Newbies and the rest of the community kind of helped support Mom Bellicose, made her part of our whole community, and this is a big reason that led to the broadcast for reps kind of program where players try to help other players that might be struggling with things. If you're having very negative feelings or desires to, real life pod yourself, there are people that are there that want to help you and convince you that it's worth continuing to fight on. And every year we remind ourselves about this by doing John Bellicose Day, where a bunch of people light Cynos in memory of him. So really, really do appreciate that entire whole thing, obviously. But that's what that note is about. I really wish the gates of Jita would close for the month. Man, even if they closed it for a day, it'd be pretty crazy. Oh, the Quirius was a fight between smaller alliances? All right, great. So yeah, that is that one. Well, the green beams, are very, they're designed to be reminiscent of the cracks, the rifts that are being made as part of the prismaticite sites. So they represent kind of a drifter, a crack in the drifter hyperspace network, more or less. I still think it's very possible that the Jita gate sabotage was an inside job, at least in part, which makes all of this very, very suspicious. You can watch, I've made several videos at this point now in the last few weeks, kind of charting the relationship, the complicated relationship between Ishikone, Sisters of Eve, Intaki Syndicate, especially and the Mountain faction, including Akimaka Saraki himself, as well as the other half of the coin, which would be Jita, with ties to Lai-Dai, NOH, CBD, the Forest faction, etc., etc. And I also think that, where was I? I was going to say something with that. It is interesting to note that there's no commentary on here about the Reverend Mother, Sentimona Sarpati, who has a connection to Sylphie. There's no update about Sylphie, who was arrested a couple days ago, right? On the 1st, so 4 days ago, Sylphie, the former leader of the Intaki Syndicate, was arrested by Lai-Dai Protection Services. The person who operated this was the Haikatorigo, which is the military commander for faction warfare for the Caldari state. So kind of a generic leader, as it were. Either an inside job or whoever did the Warpath hack is advanced enough for hyperspace fractures. Well, yeah, especially like the accusations that the Glente did this, or even the Intaki Syndicate did this, don't make really much sense because they're not the ones that have access to the technology to do this. I don't know if it's a big thing, but the gates are oscillating like when the trig gates that shut down. Yes, but again, like I feel like if they were going to do anything with that, they would have signaled by now that something was happening, that there was some further destabilization at Jita 44 Stargates. They've only really suggested that, like, oh yeah, it's really dramatic, but don't worry, guys, it's not a big deal. Would be really cool if this is a faction warfare thing for Calmel to invade Null. Yeah, I think that, okay, so what I think is going to happen, look, guys, so the way it works is this. Capsuleer Day is happening right now. Next week, not this weekend, but the next weekend is FanFest. When FanFest comes out, that's when they're going to announce the next expansion, and it has become increasingly common in the last decade or so for expansions to come out quicker and quicker right after the announcement. And so the idea that the expansion would come out in 2 to 3 weeks after FanFest, or rather, what should I say, 1 to 2 weeks after the end of Capsuleer Day, really makes sense. And one of the things, like the thing that we know is a big deal in the expansion, is the introduction of military campaigns. And so kind of as I suggested last time, I feel like this just further cements the idea that I don't think that they're going to do anything too extreme. They might just resolve this whole thing as part of the this story. But I get the feeling that they're doing this so that way the fate of Syndicate becomes one of the very first military campaigns, right? This seems like a thing for military campaigns to be focused around, especially with this whole idea of like, the state are trying to take it. The Federation are trying to save them. Will you save them or will you stop them? Right? Like that, this feels like a layout of the very first military campaign to come in, like, call it a month or so. So this is a huge, like, lore wise, this is by far, like, a huge deal. This is a huge deal. This is the very first time in modern history that an empire has forcibly taken null security space. Because the previous systems that were taken by the Caldari were given to them by the Syndicate. So this is the very first time that one of the four empires has forcibly occupied null security space, or to Tash Murkon to invading Stain. But here we are. And so I suspect, just by the framing of all of this, I don't, because like there's this thing about the whole Dreads or the capital site, but I don't, and it suggests that we're going to have something to do with it. Like we could cause it to succeed or fail potentially. But again, I want to keep our expectations tempered. I don't assume there will be anything too dramatic when it comes to that regard until the expansion. I think that this event is going to more or less just play out. The capital sites are going to be something to run. But the real impactful changes, the thing that lets us either help or hurt the Syndicate, will likely come after this event. Still waiting on a scope video. It's very odd that we haven't gotten a scope video in all of this, unless you think about the fact that we're also 2 weeks away from FanFest. I assume that the video editing team is focused basically 100% on the FanFest trailers and whatever's coming. They've got Exordium to show off. They've got military campaigns to gear up for. There's a lot of things for the video guys to be doing. So while it is disappointing that we don't have more like scope videos and stuff right now, it's also kind of understandable because like they're from CCP's perspective, they are just, this is all just build up to FanFest. So we now know what's going to cause military campaigns for Caldari and Gallente. What's going to happen to MR and Mimitar? Well, I mean, like the MR and Mimitar have been basically just jonesing to go this whole time. So that said, though, it is interesting that you can see. So like if we look at the skins, right? There's new skins. So they came out with new skins. Last time we looked at these new skins, they were part of the sale. Like there's a $20 pack and a $90 pack, I think. And as I said then, those packs are actually not very good, because the real packs that are good are these save blank off of Omega and get free skins, because you just get, like, it's easy to say, oh yeah, that's just valuable. But the point here is that these new skins seem to be very interesting in their choices. Because with the Mimitar with the Amar and Gallente side, Caldari and Gallente side, there's no, wait, is there no new Caldari ones? I guess there was 2 Caldari ones in the original one. Okay, hold on. Let's... if we go with it was a Stork, right? Stork. The skin for the Caldari is... where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's state regulator, right? Okay, great. So the state regulator skin, one of the things that was noted that was really weird about this is the fact that it says Caldari state SYN0041. And so this idea of like there's a Caldari syndicate is very strange. I don't know what else SYN is supposed to mean or why they put it onto this, but this is kind of odd why this logo shows Syndicate 0041. But you can also see that with the, let's go look at the Hyperion one. Oh, actually, hold on. And, oh, I just saw another thing that I want to talk about today. Or the lore, in fact, for predictions. Okay, so new note, we're going to call this 5-5. So we can see that the presidential skin, its fancy thing is that it has the presidential logo. Uh-oh, is it not going to be on this one? Well, it's kind of hard to see on the other one. We do have the Federation logo right there. It does, there it is. There's the president's logo right here in black and the word president here. Now that's less convincing than the Syndicate one, but you got to think like, okay, well, if one is about the presidential's actions, which is fair, and the other one's about the Caldari Syndicate, is this hinting at something involving like what this conflict is going to be about? It's hard to say for sure, and this is a fairly loose connection, but let's say for a second that we assume that the Syndicate or the SYN on the Caldari thing is meaningful. If we assume that, and we assume that these skins are somewhat suggestive of what everything's going to be, then we got to look at the Amarr and the Minmatar one. The Amarr one, not that one, Mandate of Faith. We can see here it says, yeah, as the Warpath conflict. Wait, hold on. There's descriptions. Hold on. There's descriptions. Hold on. Hold on. What was it again? It was State Regulator. State regulators are made of the best pilots from all 8 megacorporation security forces. Assembled during the Warpath conflict by the CEP, the task is to defend megacorp assets from Gallente assault and safeguard the infrastructure that holds the state together. These regulators are ultimately a combination of state loyalty and corporate honor. So again, no mention as to why it would be SYN, right? But the presidential one, we see form of the president's decree during the first days of the Warpath conflict. The special president's agents are a unique military unit of independently operating special agents given total autonomy over their actions. They answer directly to the president, and their primary mission directive is to disrupt the Caldari operations by any means necessary. So again, like you can see that this is the groups that are involved in this current contention, right? So what information can we get from the Amarr one, the Mandate of Faith? As the Warpath conflict consumes the Amarr Empire, Empress Catus I puts out a call to all defenders of the faith. The Ammatar Mandate answers that call, sending their most expert pilots to fight against the invaders. They adorn their vessels with scripture and pledges their lives on this holy mission. The peerless skills and unwavering dedication of these pilots earned the Mandate praises from across the Empire. So this explains that the reason why the reason why this skin has the Ammatar Mandate on it is because the Ammatar Mandate supposedly are the ones that most responded to the Caldari's like call to action, or sorry, the Amarr's call to action, right? But if we go to the last one, the Wolf one, the Minmatar ones, we see the smallest of the tribes by far, the Starkmanir, are masters of the ancient warfare strategies and battle wisdom, all but lost by other tribes. These strategies provide the basis for Starkmanir's strategic wing, a small force of extremely effective Starkmanir pilots that came together in response to the Warpath conflict. Famed for their ability to establish tactical superiority, even against a much larger enemy fleets, the Warpath Stark are often underestimated but never outclassed. And we see that there's like, even in the previous video, like New Eden News, there was stuff about how the Starkmanir strategies were being like really utilized by the Minmatar. But what's weird about this, and we can see there's the Starkmanir tribe logo here. So the Starkmanir are the lost tribe of the Minmatar, right? Right? I'm not crazy, right? I don't want to. That part I'm 99% sure. Hold on a second. I feel like I always need to verify. Never mind. I'm dumb. Yeah. No. I was right. Yes. Okay, great. So, just a brief reminder. Once upon a time, there were, the different tribes of the Minmatar. And then the Amarr comes in and starts, like, taking over all of the Minmatar, enslaving all their people, breaking up their groups, etc., etc. And one of the tribes that most resisted the Amarrian, or did this like big rebellion or pseudo rebellion in the early days, was the Starkmanir tribe. Okay, the Starkmanir tribe was this tribe of guys, or tribe of Minmatar, who tried to resist the Amarrian occupation, but then was ultimately like the Amarr made an example of them, and so it was understood that the Starkmanir was completely eradicated during the old wars, right? And then, as part of like the Empyrean Age event, we also have, the other side of this is the Amatar. And the Amatar is actually a group called the Nephintar, which is another tribe of Minmatar. So these are both Minmatar tribes. The Amatar is a Minmatar tribe known as the Nephintar, who basically, when it all went down, the Nephintar more or less sided with the Amarrian overlords. And so they're seen by the Minmatar people largely as giant traitors to the Minmatar people, right? But then during the Empyrean Age, it was actually revealed that what really happened was that the Amatar did what they did because they were hiding the remainder of the Starkmanir. That not all the Starkmanir had been killed, but not everybody, very few people actually knew about this. And so the Nephintar protected the Starkmanir and hid them from, discovery and therefore eradication by the Amarr until the Elder Fleet, which was a mix of Thucker and Minmatar fleet ships, attacked deep into Amarr space. This is the Empyrean Age event. We've talked about this many times before, but ostensibly the thing that they were doing was liberating the lost tribe, the Starkmanir. And so the Starkmanir, a lot of Starkmanir have been rescued from the Minmatar Republic and now have their own tribe again. The reason why I bring this up is because the Amatar and the Starkmanir have a very strong history together. And so if the big thing that's going to kick off in the same way that the Gallente and the Caldari are fighting over Syndicate, it would seem, it would make sense that if especially the Amatar and the Starkmanir were to fight over anything, they would fight over the Amatar Mandate, which is the area of Amarrian Highsec that is owned by the Amatar, not like full-on proper Amarr. So it is very, very possible like that is basically where they're going with that. Now, this is very tinfoil. It is literally based off of just the skins. I haven't seen too much in the actual lore events that would suggest that is 100% where they're going, but that is, something to think about. Yes, the Crusoral was they're the unbent, unbowed, unbroken Minmatar. They're the ones that never were fully whatever. It's also a buffer state between the Amarr and Minmatar Highsec areas. Wait. Oh yeah, the Amatar Mandate, for sure. That's true. Yeah, so if we open up the map, and we go between the Minmatar and the Amarr areas of space, we see this area, Derelict, right? And this is the Amatar Mandate. So we can see here that there's this whole area is low sec. So this isn't it. This is faction warfare space. This is high sec and low sec, right? And then up here is Minmatar high sec. Let's see this in 3D just to make sure that we get a full idea of things. So we have Minmatar space and we have Amarr space. And if we zoom in, to Derelict. Okay, fine. This Amatar Mandate functions as kind of this buffer zone between the Minmatar and the Amarr. So if the Minmatar and Amarr were going to fight over something, they would probably fight over Amatar Mandate and possibly Molten Heath. And and that gives them kind of and potentially Great Wildlands, because remember, Great Wildlands, which is right over here, is where the Thukker have been operating, which has been a big boon to the Minmatar, especially when it comes to the prismaticite fractured sites and such. So not sure for now, but it does look like we're starting to inch towards the first military campaign being about deciding the fate of the Syndicate and Ambatar areas of space. Is there a chance that CCP is adding new faction warfare areas, but this time fighting in Syndicate side? I mean, maybe. I think that fighting for the Syndicate would be like fighting for the Galente or fighting for the Caldari. I don't think that you'd be able to just join the Syndicate per se. But the idea that this would include nullsec is something that we've kind of been watching ever since really the Syndicate first got taken by some of the Caldari. Like this idea that this would be a way for them to have faction warfare stuff happening in nullsec, NPC nullsec, is totally valid. And in the other alternative to that, of course, is, we see Curse here. Curse is NPC nullsec on Sancha's side. No, Angel's side. I meant Stain. Where's Stain? Tash Murkon leads to Stain. Yeah, they could theoretically go to Stain, which is Sancha space. I still think that if anywhere for nullsec, the equivalent of Syndicate is very much Great Wildlands, right? Because if you look here, this is all Thukker. And if you think about it, the Thukker really is like the Intaki Syndicate of the Minmatar, right? They have their own NPC space, they're pseudo-affiliated, etc., etc. Obviously, plot-wise, there's some lack of parallels, but like you really see when they're setting it up, it's like that is they're the equivalent, in the same way that the Amatar are for the Amar. The Caldari really don't have a non-faction of the Caldari, right? I don't think so, right? No. I guess theoretically speaking, the non-Caldari faction of the Caldari would be like Mortis Legion, maybe? If I can do an event site and empty nullsec, I'm absolutely going to go there rather than higher low. Yeah, I mean, that's an idea. I actually think that low key, I think that one of the like these new sites that are being used, the frigate site and the cruiser site and the battleship site, I seriously think that this is what CCP wants to either change faction warfare plexes to or add them to faction warfare. They just feel like they should be faction warfare plexes, especially this idea of like trying to get people. If you think about it, not as like, if you think about the complexes, i.e. the single site one, like the frigate one, as being a -1, and the grids, i.e. the ones with 3 different sites, being the -3 or -5 or whatever versions of the sites, like it really does make sense. Like if you think about it, it also would even help with multi-boxing, right? If in order to do a -3 site, you have to spread your forces across 3 different grids, it makes it so that it's harder to multi-box. You can't just slave all your drones off of with a single person. I seriously think that this event is by and large like also testing some pretty significant changes to the way that faction warfare plexes work coming up. But yeah, I don't know. But let's see, just real quick, is there anything else in today's news to cover? Nothing really jumped out at me as being super urgent or interesting per se in today's report. Let me just double check to see if there's nothing in the Sylphie one that now makes more sense. Sylvie did say not to waste their time setting up a trial. Something tells me on Thursday we're going to see Sylvie make a big move, but we'll see. Yeah, rumors of preparation for large-scale mobilization by Syndicate as assets pile up in capital hangars under their control. So yeah, they're hinting at the fact that there's going to be this capital breakout. Amnesty for descendants of exiles. So that's what's happening. These three things are obviously, or these two are tied potentially together. That should be about it. All right. So that is it for today's New Eden news and its analysis. If you're here live, stay tight. If you are watching this edited, thank you all for coming. I've been Ashrothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even to context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you all so much for checking out the stream, liking, commenting, subscribing. Let me know, where do you think this is going? Am I straight on about my offer? Do you think the Amatar mandate is next? If there is fighting for the Syndicate, do you feel that that's worth it to you? Are you going to be interested in checking that out and participating? And if so, are you going to want to help the Caldari secure the Syndicate and punish them for their wrongdoings? Or are you going to help the Gallente in freeing the Intaki people from this Caldari oppression? Let me know down in the comments below. But I do want to give a special shout out and thank you to my top tier supporters, including 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Evo Elite, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, Grims, May, Malak Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mike, Morcar, Michael, Neelam, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, Thrans, and Rid. Thank you all so much. Like I said, hang tight if you're watching live. Otherwise, I'm an Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden. And until next time, I'll see you in space. All right, yeah. Also, by the way, there's this new program, like YouTube's made it a lot easier for me to cut out segments. So I am going to be able to cut out segments more often, but not necessarily make minor edits to those segments unless it's important. Let me know your feedback on that as well. I've been trying to make that available just so that people can check out like the important bits, like the lore pieces, separate from everything else. Syndicate caps. I mean, Syndicate would just be Gallente. Well, actually, shit. There is a big piece to this. Sorry. There's a whole big piece to this that I forgot to mention, which goes back to that conspiracy board. Hold on a second. So this is what I've been working on here. I don't know if it'll work well or if you guys can read it well, but you can see here I've got Ishikone on one side and Laidai on the other side, and I have like all of their allies and like connections. And what's interesting is how smooth of a division you can make. Like in general, if I can find evidence that that Ishikone has worked with them extensively, then I don't find evidence that Laidai has, and vice versa. There is some crossover, obviously. They have some mutual connections, but you really can see the rivalry between these two factions when you lay it out this way. But the big one that's interesting here is these last three: Mordu's Legion, Intaki Bank, and Intaki Syndicate. Because the Intaki Bank, which is part of the Intaki Syndicate, is also part of Upwell, right? And so is Mordu. And so the thing that's not being mentioned in all of this, that I think is really, really important by the lore, or like these New Eden News articles aren't really talking about this. This is not just a fight between the Gallente and the Caldari with no other observers, right? The Intaki Syndicate has strong connections to Quaif and more importantly Upwell. And so like how this relates to Upwell, especially when we also have, say, Consortium, right? So we have Upwell and we have Air. They're both making pretty big moves. Upwell is busy dealing with Vanguard and Avalon and all that stuff. And this is just a very big like disruption for the anti Vanguard forces, right? Like the one thing that the Intaki Syndicate, like if anything, the Intaki Syndicate as part, with Mordu and the Intaki Bank has been actively engaged in counter-insurgency efforts against the Deathless and his buddies. possibly working with him as well. Who knows at this point? But the point is that this really, I feel like there's going to be concerns with that, because the Intaki Bank, especially, is a big piece to this whole puzzle when it comes to financing of Upwell, as well as like the functionality of Intaki Syndicate space itself. I don't think there's going to be a Syndicate capital, though. I think that if anything, it would be a new Galente capital. But okay, let's see here though. Where was I? So if we go into Syndicate space, the other thing I was looking at was like in the Syndicate systems that Caldari controlled, right? They started building up new structures, stations. And we can see though, it's, we have the Caldari Navy anchorage, modern finances, and Quaif. Every single station that I found in this new area is either Quaif or Intaki State Police, of course, or modern finances. I looked at this while I was trying to figure out like whose side it benefited the most from the Caldari takeover Syndicate originally. So it is interesting that of the structures that were built, it's all anchorage, which I don't remember which one got the contracts to build the anchorages. But there was so much Quaif moving in, and there was some notes about Quaif moving into, or like doing more into Syndicate space, even when the Caldari took over this area. So let's see. Let's go check out the anchorage. New Quaif flavors. I mean, so Quaif, if anything, has connections. Quaif is interesting because Quaif is a Galente group originally. And in general, Ishikone has the stronger support with Galente groups. But Quaif specifically has very strong connections to Caldari, which actually, what's funny is, so one of the things on this list that I noticed that was really funny is like, so this entire conspiracy between the Caldari, or sorry, between the Ishikone and Laidai could actually be summarized as the soft drink wars, because Starsea was created by Starsea was created by Yatiri. Now Yatiri is one of the larger corporations that's not a mega corporation. In fact, I think that Yatiri would be like the 9th largest corporation in Caldari in Caldari space, right? You have the Big 8, and then you have Yatiri. And Yatiri was like, they even pointed out how big Yatiri was when they did the whole like land sale in the Galente Caldari war zone back in 2010. Yatiri was pointed out as being muscled out. Even the large corporations like Yatiri couldn't get any territory because it was all bought out by the mega corporations. Again, I think that the Guristas are mostly anti. If anything, Guristas work alongside or allied with the Ishikone against the Forest faction, oddly enough. But so Yatiri, when Yatiri was taken over by Tybus Heth, so when Tybus Heth comes to power, right, he gains control over Caldari Constructions, which eventually gives him control over the KK Corporation, which then he expands his power by effectively merging, or like making an alliance between KK and Yatiri. That was like one of the biggest whole things, and they out the CEO of Yatiri and take over, and so Yatiri becomes a big piece of this like Provost alliance during those days. And so when Tybus Heth loses power, Yetiri's kind of lost for a little while, and they don't really show up again in the lore very much until they become part of Upwell, right? But the funny thing is, so like when the Yetiri CEO stepped down, the thing that I found really fun was that he made a positive statement about Ishikone specifically, right? Hold on, let me pull that up real quick. So Yetiri Warehouse CEO steps down, appoints Heth as acting director. Yetiri Warehouse CEO Tentaima Iwasoda. Oh man, I feel like that name is something I've seen before. Hold on a second. How far down the rabbit hole can we go? Not that far. Looks like that's it. Okay, never mind. I was wrong. Okay. All right. The point is that when they're stepping down, so Yetiri, this is just an idea of like what side Yetiri is on, right? Oh, we have an NPC post on the forums. Please DM it to me so I can pull it up. So the CEO of Yetiri says, this is as they're being taken over, right? So this is kind of a concession speech as a way, an attempt to stay true to their roots as they're being consumed by the provost. And it says, by taking this step, we are embodying the ideal that will always be the legacy of Otro Guryushi. Otro Guryushi is not only the, at this time, CEO of Ishikone Corporation. So this is obviously a very positive statement. They're making a positive statement about Ishikone in general. But Otro Guryushi is specifically actually a Guristas pilot who eventually becomes CEO of Ishikone. So we can assume that Yitri is connected to Ishikone. Now, they are that the strength of that might be hindered by the fact that, you know, the provost basically took him over. But the point is that at this point, Yitri was connected to Ishikone. And what's fun about that is if we look up Starsea, we see way back in the day, in 2004, we see the Starsea drink company. Now, there's a whole thing about Starsea. Obviously, Quaif was this was the official soft drink of the Gallente Federation or whatever in the release. And actually, Starsea was originally a player-owned thing, but it was taken over by CCP back in like the 2015 time period. And there was some contention about that, but CCP even at the time kind of suggested that there was a good reason for why they were doing this, and they were going to do more with Starsea broadly. But we can see that the Starsea Corporation was... Drink Starsea was set up by a Yetiri investment division. Its CEO recently brought back all the corporation shares, gifting Drink Starsea with full independence. So Starsea, the Starsea soft drink, is made by Yetiri, which is allied to Ishikone. And Quaif uses allegedly uses soft drink induced nanocontrollers, and it's been potentially conspiring with Lydai. So really, this entire conspiracy that we've been tracking for the last several weeks that is now broken out in the form of the Intaki Syndicate being completely taken over by the Caldari could just be seen as the soft drink wars, which is pretty cool. Yes, Quaif did sponsor Rodin. That's a good point. And Moreau is in Taki, which is also half of the SOE founders. Yes. Yeah, the connections here are really solid. It's just whether or not we're gonna see them come to fruition or not. Wonder if the nanocontrollers is just a reference to Coke being Coca-Cola. Well, no, they said that the allegations was that they were using soft drink induced nanocontrollers in order to control favored senatorial candidates. And so there's actually this really fun side of this conspiracy is if you look at that particular election, it says senatorial candidates, and it makes me think that Quaif and Lydai worked together to influence the Intaki Senate and the Gallente senators around that whole thing. Yeah, it could be Tenzin, although Tenzin's a little bit after that event, I think. I mean, it could be Tenzin, but not as easy to like peg. But again, Quaif also, so there's two other pieces to Quaif. One, they got a lot of benefit from the Caldari expansion into Syndicate, but also remember, so it is very weird, especially like if we're looking here at this, right, and we're seeing that in this moment in 2004, right, we see why the call for removal of Quaif ads in Caldari space. So Starcy is trying to get Quaif to not be able to be in Caldari space, right? And if you listen to the ads in Caldari stations, they talk about foreign soft drinks assaulting your taste buds or whatever, with this idea of drink Starcy, right? But yet Jita 44 station and the Jita Pulse bar specifically have strong connections to Quaif. Quaif has contracts through Jita 44 station, which remember, Jita 44 station is Lydai and Forest faction territory. Okay, we have an official forum post. So this is an official communication from Haika Torigo, the Caldari Navy commander of Caldari militia. Attention, loyal capsuleers. The Caldari Navy has claimed. Okay, I'm gonna have to somehow edit this together. If you're, oh man, I don't know. We'll figure it out. The Caldari Navy has claimed sovereignty across Syndicate, reclaiming it from the criminal element that has used their corrupt influence to attack the state. In response to our progress in dismantling the network, the Intaki Syndicate is marshaling its capital assets in an attempt to move beyond our reach. On behalf of the Caldari Navy, I call upon honorable capsuleers to intercept and destroy these fugitive fleets. Our signal intercepts indicate that the Intaki Syndicate ships are planning to evade our blockades by breaking out of the Syndicate region into Gallente high-security space. They have demonstrated their ability to override normal restrictions, and we suspect that they discovered a way to move their capital fleet through HiSec. The Caldari Navy is already engaged in Federation forces in the Warpath conflict, as well as busy uncovering those Syndicate members who remain in their former home region. Loyal capsuleers are therefore called upon to take up the duty of intercepting these fugitive fleets. We have narrowed down the potential routes for some of these breakout fleets in the constellation of Philippines. That one bit, and that is too many constellations. Or consonants. That's too many consonants. There's not enough vowels in that. Whatever. These three constellations, which are close proximity to the Syndicate region. The Intaki Syndicate will likely be varying their timing, but our intelligence teams have determined three target activity windows: 1800 on the 7th, 0200 on the 8th, and 1130 on the 8th. More precise intelligence will be conveyed here as it becomes available closer to the activity window. So yes, this is not the new capital site. This is actually escort events, which is something that they've done before. They did it with the Avoinen event and some other events where there's going to be like a convoy and people can either choose to attack it or whatever. More precise, a bounty will be paid in Plex to any capsuleers who contribute to the destruction of Intaki Syndicate vessels. Top damage in a battleship-sized hull, 900 Plex. Top damage in a battlecruiser-sized hull, 700 Plex. Cruiser is 500. So this is, you need to be in, so there's going to be fugitive Titans. You need to be in a ship. If you're in a, top damage of each category of ship, plus the final blow in Plex. And then the super carriers, same, and normal capitals has their own rewards. Furthermore, any frozen corpses of the Intaki Syndicate captains can be contracted to me anywhere in New Eden, and if authentic, the sender will receive a bounty of 1 billion ISK. Wow, quite the reward and task. So, okay, so on the 7th, obviously on the 7th, the rollover, this is all kind of US time zone, it's going to all be on the 7th. Well, actually, this would be That was a test. It said it was a test. I don't know why that did that. Don't freak out. Apparently, the world's coming to an end. So these are going to be the 3 locations. Let's see where these are. You're busy the whole time. Honestly, I'm going to tell you this right now. This is going to be a shit show. So this is mostly low sec. Although it specifically says high sec. Yeah, it says high security space. So I assume it would only be in like Stackmon and Slays. Likewise, also, let's see. This constellation here, the Bayet constellation, which is right next to Surthold. Interesting. Yeah, Orville, Osmodin, right next to PF TAC. So I guess that makes sense. So the constellation leading directly out of PF TAC, which we will be going through, actually, on our way in. Yeah, PF TAC is going to be nasty. And then this one down here. Interesting. Oh, because this one leads all the way to here, right? Is that it? Yes. We have this system of Rebellier or whatever that links over to Syndicate region. So this constellation too. So there's 3 different kind of locations for this to be at. I will honestly say, like, this is going to be a complete shit show for sure. But it's going to be another piece to the whole event. You know, in the same way, if you guys have never been part of these things, you know, with like the Titan attack on Tanu or any of those sorts of things, it's going to be a lot of people. It's going to be a giant cluster. You know, there are rewards involved and stuff, but if you're not able to make it, I mean, it's going to be a thing to pay attention to. There's almost certainly going to be like Scope news article or Scope posts about it, hopefully, showing it off. But this is, so we now have a live event that's coming in 2 days. Again, these are capital destos, so they'll start in Syndicate somewhere. Well, I don't necessarily agree because they can jump out of it. I think that, well, the thing is that it doesn't say anywhere else besides HiSec. It specifies that these are only going to be happening in HiSec. So I'm discounting, because of that, I'm discounting the low sec sections of it or the null sec sections of it because they would specify that, I would say. But this whole thing is about them being in HiSec, which is their detectable point. So we are in FDTAC M, which is like one of the most dangerous nullsec systems in the game, usually, just in general. Let's go from an off direction, just in case. Because there's a lot of people in local. Looks like we're clear, though. Oh, I'm not in PF Tech yet. That's why. Your homies work for Caldari now? I don't know what you mean by home. Oh. I don't think the Syndicate work for the Caldari. I don't think that's a safe thing to say at all. Oof, people are getting killed. So I'm going to warp in from a different direction. And then go to Orville. It's usually empty when I go through. I mean, it can be, but the point is that, so the reason why PF-TAC is so important is because it's one of the very few null-sec systems that's adjacent to a high-sec system. So it can be fine, but it can also be a good catchy point. Looks like it's fine right now. Although there was that one jump in that was not fine. Aryda's Pew Pew will be happening in low sec on the way to high sec. Because okay, hold on. Oh, and there's a pirate insurgency going on right now in Orville, which is pretty fun. Hold on. Let's see how far along this insurgency is. Oh yeah, this insurgency is definitely going to keep going on Thursday. So the chances that Orville will be fully corrupted by then is pretty high, especially if people are interested in that. Like, it's a corruptible system for Garistus pirate faction warfare. But it says, okay, so it reads, our signal intercepts indicate that Intaki Syndicate ships are planning to evade our blockades by breaking out of the Syndicate region into Galente high-sec space. They have demonstrated their ability to override normal restrictions, and we suspect that they've discovered a way to move their capital fleet through high-sec. The Caldari Navy is already engaged with Federation forces in the Warpath conflict, as well as uncovering those Syndicate members who remain in their former home region. Loyal capsuleers, therefore, are called upon to take their duty in intercepting these fugitive fleets. We've narrowed down their potential routes to some of these breakout fleets to the constellation of Blah, which are close proximity to the Syndicate region. The Intaki Syndicate will very likely vary their timing. Yeah, they specify high sec. I think that they would not have only mentioned high sec if the plan was for, because if they have to go through low sec space in order to get to high sec, they're not making it to high sec. I don't know. I think it really feels like they're offering us to kill them in high sec. Because otherwise it would say, like, in an attempt to get to Galente high sec space, but it doesn't say that. It just says that they're moving through high sec space. I expect that the targets are going to be in high sec. Yes, it does state capital ships, but it also explicitly states that they've overridden. It says they've demonstrated their ability to override normal restrictions, and we suspect that they've discovered a way to move their capital fleet through high sec. Like, they don't say we're hoping to catch them on their way to high sec. They're not saying any of that stuff. They're just saying that they will be moving through high sec. So my prediction is there will be a convoy or 3 to kill within these different constellations that will likely drop stuff that will be lore related, and there'll be prizes involved. But otherwise, like I said, if you go back and look at things like the Avoikin event and such with previous convoys, it'll be something close to that, probably. We'll see. All right. CSP knows that we break events. Chances are those ships will not exist other than in those 3 systems. Well, those are constellations that they're saying, not systems. And they'll likely try to move. Could I link it in chat? Yeah. Well, there's also been other stuff about circumventing capital restrictions, right? Because, like, during the was it during the Dread attacks? Yeah, ever since the Dread attacks, there's been Empire friendly Sinosaural fields, like a specific Sino generator that the Empires can deploy. And there's been some stuff about it in the lore. But yeah, so empires absolutely have a way of getting around system restriction. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, here we go. So from the Dread Assaults in April 30th, so what, almost 5 years ago now? Actually, a little bit over 5 years ago. We see... God, is that true? I'm so old. All right, mystery continues to surround the illegal sinosaural beacon technology that allowed supposedly high-sec authorized sino beacons to be lit in both Tanu and Jin-Fa. Core empires and Concord intelligence agencies all reported seeking further data on the technology and its operational methods of the Minmatar and Gallente mercenary units that have been using the beacons to guide the assault dreadnoughts into high-security systems. Efforts to secure sino-jamming and beacons networks to the core empires have reported to be the top priority, the big four interstellar powers, alongside avoiding open war. So the idea that the mercenaries have access to sino beacons that can be used in high-sec space was established like half a decade ago. The Edencom Minor Victory Systems have Empire Sino beacon sites? Yes, because that's the spawn point for the rats. Been in Guri Mill for a day since day one. Syndicate and Solitude are my two favorite regions, so add those two together and make it a fun time for me. Hey, man, Anthem, at least this event is for you. Yeah, it is actually a very good, like, right now, if I was in Garissa's militia, I would be focusing all my efforts into making sure that Orville get corrupted. Because it's this is almost certainly going to be one of the critical systems for the event on Thursday. If it's Corruption 5, anyone who shows up can help Intaki actually engage freely? Correct. Yep. Yeah, if you can make it into Corruption 5, so if they don't make it to Corruption 5 and it is standard high-sec, then basically your only options are going to be to attack the capital, or I guess potentially rep the capital, right? You could rep the capital to try to stop the attack, but if the system does become Corruption 5, that will make it effectively a low-sec system. So even though it is a high-sec system, if it's lawless, then people will be able to attack any players that try to attack the capitals, which could be interesting. I mean, there has been events where like there's been fleets with escorts, NPC fleets with escorts. So far, they've all failed in the face of like the attacking fleets at one point or another. But it is very possible that you could decide to help the Syndicate in this event. I'm sure as we get closer, there's going to be more information about where the starting point, or more importantly, the target point is for each of these convoys or whatever. All right. Now then, let's talk a little bit about the event itself in the meantime. So I am going to head to Dodixie, I think, right? Hold on. Yeah. I'm going to go head to Dodixie and get my Enyo so we can talk about that. But one thing to point out about the event sites, just so that people know, if you get to the final task of any given event thing, there appears to be 10 plex per task if you complete it. I assume, I'm going to just assume that this does not include the trading tier. Yeah, it says operational intel, Warpath Master 180 points and 10 plex. So the final challenge in each task is worth 10 plex. Which, you know what? I think if I'm reading this correctly, it just means that you're going to also be able to get it with trade-ins. It doesn't? Wait, which doesn't? It doesn't do plex for trade-ins? It doesn't say it specifically either way. The mining, I don't recall the plex on the end. It's from my understanding, the plex is on all of them. I was in all the Sancha chats with the devs when they first rolled out incursions. Yeah, no, there's definitely going to be people that are going to want to help disrupt whatever it is that the event is trying to do. It almost doesn't even matter what the event is. There's going to be people that try to throw it off, right? Yeah, I'm 99% sure the mining one does. The only one I don't know does is the trading one. And so many people will bring low tank max DPS fits for the Plex reward, so plenty of easy kills. Possibly, yeah. Especially if it's lawless. The trade does not give Plex. Are we 1000% sure about that? That's the one. That's the one that I wasn't sure about, because last time during the election I said that about presidential ticket tokens, but the trading one did give a presidential token. Okay, that's what I figured, but I was wrong once before, so I'm trying to be a little bit more cautious about that. Oh, let's cover the patch notes while we're going. Okay, so with the patch notes, we see the Caldari claims sovereignty throughout Syndicate region, and they'll no longer be willing to suffer the dishonor of the Intaki Syndicate. So that's the we've already looked at that. Warpath intelligence cache sites now spawn in lowsec. So I guess the normal site was not spawning in lowsec. The only site that was spawning in lowsec was the advanced site, which would be the strategic infiltration site, which I did hear from people that the strategic infiltration site was very hard to scan down. So that's now been made easier to scan down. The infiltration site is the one with all of the like alarms and turrets and other nonsense. And then the intelligence cache is the standard one. So now the intelligence cache also spawns in lowsec, and the harder one is now just generally easier to scan down. Then we have the new Mandate of Faith the new skin lines have been added to the Ishkur, Wolf, Vagabond, Pontifex, and Hyperion, which as we kind of addressed earlier, these are part of this 25% off Omega pack. So it's just 25% off Omega, plus you also get, or well, I guess it's up to 25%. So it starts at 20% and goes up to 25%. My bad. And then you get the different skins depending on how many you get or how much Omega you get. This is just an objectively better deal than the other one, in my opinion. In addition to that, the War Grid, Defense Grid, and Defense Complex sites no longer spawn in non-Empire space in a broken state. Sorry, guys, those of you who were farming it in Concord space, you're not going to be able to do that anymore, I don't think. Does it still spawn in Concord space? We'll go check if it spawns at all. It was spawning without the rats, without the normal rats and just the name rats, which was really good for people that were just trying to farm it. Week 1 was definitely good for farmers. Week 2 is going to be more like, or for point farmers. Week 2 is going to be a lot better for people actually trying to run the site. The Mimitar Defense Complex site now actually works, which I've confirmed this morning. The Loot Complex info panel objective will now appear correctly in the Defense Complex sites. Reward containers in Defense Complex sites can now be looted from a longer range. I assume that's so that way now you can land and basically immediately loot the wreck or the box instead of having to move. Successfully hacking the bottom container in the Mimitar strategic infiltration site will no longer cause a lockdown. That's probably good. Overlapping faction variants and explorer sites, that would have been funny to watch. Corrected the wreck type of the Phantasm. I did hear about that one. And that's about it for the patch notes. Yeah, but when you put Ocean Faction versus Forest and Mountain, it gets interesting. Wait, what? Starsea is Caldari. Quaif was Gallente, but Quaif has basically become a mega corporation and is as much in Caldari politics as it is in Gallente politics at this point. I am very much pro Ocean Faction. All right, let's go to Uli, see whether or not we can find any sites on the way. Anything else we want to check out today while we have people here? Anything I'm missing today? Wonder why they never mention you get ISK payout for harder data sites if you're in fleet. Wait, what? You get an ISK payout for doing the data site? Also, what do you mean second year? What are you talking about? I mean, it's not impossible. Because it, like, I think that the data site is based off of Homefronts. That's... I don't... Do you get any payout for doing the hacking site? That's true. Observatories... Well, okay. My in-game group doesn't even consider Ocean Faction to be Caldari at this point. That's funny because, like, one of the biggest pro-Caldari groups is IRED, which is Ishikone Rata Enforcement Division. So, like, the most hardcore RP military group within the player base is associated with Ishikone, which would be Ocean Faction. Okay, so wait, so the infiltration sites are still a home front and therefore give more reward for if you're in fleet? That's pretty weird. Just like how you get an ISK payout for deep flows when you're in fleet. What? Is that true? Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Are you so... Like, not if there's people in your fleet, but being in a fleet versus, like, you can be in a fleet by yourself and you get a payout for doing the deep flow rift that you don't get if you're not in a fleet? Is that true? What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm sorry. So, we gotta test that. We're gonna have to test that. Okay, so we're in Orifay right now. No site. So, okay, so if you form a fleet, I didn't think it would work with event sites. I think it's because the event sites are just kind of copying and pasting the core of the site and then just changing it. So I assume that they just copied and pasted the Drifter infiltration site and then just like changed it from there. So whatever was true about the Drifter site might still be true about this site. Okay, so I just need to fully understand what's being suggested. So you get 3 million ISK for completing a deep flow rift, but only if you're in a fleet. Is that correct? So if you're not in a fleet, you don't get any reward at all. Do I have to go hunt for deep flow rifts? All right, hold on. Everybody's saying yes. This is normal? Everybody knows this. Everybody knew this? If unsure if only in fleet. Other people seem more sure. Weird. Okay, so we're going to go to Capsuleer Day. This system is in Verge Vendor, so that's not going to work. Yeah, it looks like there is no more sites spawning in Concord space. So I guess that's good. Deep flows are so strange. The ones in Pochven are worth more too. Extra cans. Well, because the deep flow rifts was supposed to be different depending on which area of space it was in. Like it has different numbers of cans, I think. I feel like I'm going crazy now. So the hacking site. Okay, so the Drifter Crisis hacking site, which is still available, gives a payout if you complete it, but only if you're in a fleet, maybe question mark. And so likewise, the new one also gives a payout, but only if you're in fleet. Why no deep flows and wormholes, by the way? Because it wasn't meant to be for there. Are there no deep flows and wormholes? I'm being put on the spot here, and I don't know anything. All right, so this one is 30 AU. Let's go ahead and start this one. I am flying my my Enyo that I picked up because my wolf got ganked. We're going to see whether or not this works out good. My cap isn't doing great, so let me just try this out. All right, let me start up Peld. Hop over to this version. I just realized this ship is propless. That's probably a mistake. I will want to correct that. Yeah, this one's propless. I might need to change that. No deep flows and wormholes. Never found one. That seems likely. There is actually something else involving that is kind of like deep flows that I would like to talk about here in a second. Let me finish the site though first. When it comes to these sites, I will say that the main risk is the NPCs. So, in fact, you may want to like tank more for thermal potentially if you need to, because the big damage dealers that I found are going to be like the Galente ones, potentially the Amar ones. The Omen one did seem to do a lot of damage, but you know the Galente and Serpentis versions of the rats are the ones that are probably going to be doing the most amount of damage. So if there's anything that's going to be disruptive or kill your fleet, your ship or whatever, it's probably going to be one of those. I can look up. Oh, hold on. Found it. On November 6th, 2025. Deep flow rifts will no longer spawn within wormholes. Many of the spawn... Deep flow rifts have generally been considered out of place within wormhole ecosystem and as such has been removed. Already existing sites will remain but will not respawn once completed. So yeah, there's no deep flow rifts in wormhole space. Some of the goods in the deep flow varies greatly. One site I made 200 million. I've never seen 200 million out of a deep flow. That's crazy. Deep flows and wormholes would be redubbed fishing holes. There you go. I think it's because the emergence of the rogue drones is so weird in wormhole space. Yeah, I didn't know there was a ISK payout for completing the deep flow rift if you're in a fleet. I kind of want to try that out more than running the sites. I'm almost done with my mercenary kills task though. You can see I'm at 15 out of 18, so I might even finish it for this in this site. Missed wormhole deep flows. They made sense and added solo non-PvP options to very PvP gang space. Yeah, I mean, well, there's still some pretty good data sites and relic sites especially in low class wormholes. But yeah, you're right. There's not much that's just for the casual dude above class 3. The other thing you can do with deep flows is if you trigger the road drones, you can kill the road drones and then get standings increases with both Triglavians and Edencom that way as well. We just kind of gotta wait now. This is why I think like these sites make so much more sense as like faction warfare sites. They're just testing the mechanics of it now. Good to know the drones are hard to track. That's true. Road drones are some of the hardest things to hit in the whole game, especially. They eat your drones. I used an Odysseus in a deep flow rift for a while. Let me show you my current strategy for deep. I actually, when this is done, I have something to show you guys. Because you know how the transportation Synesis doesn't exist anymore? Well, I needed a new shuttle. So over the weekend, I think it was, we sat down and thought about like what would be the replacement to the transportation Synesis. And I think that we have kind of an exciting answer for that. And I'll show it off as soon as this site is over. They're shooting my geckos and I was having a heart attack. Geckos are big, and therefore they're going to be more likely to be targeted. The heavier the drone, the more likely it is that the rats switch to them. Hecate? No, not quite. I wanted something that was preferably alpha friendly. A Hecate could probably be decent. I don't know if it'll beat what we got though. Almost done. 290. Just made a multi-fit digger that can scan and do deep flows. Yeah. Leopard. Leopards are high targets and have low cargo space. The goal is to have something that is sub 2 second, can tank a smart bomb or two, but also has as much cargo space as possible, just to be my go-to get around, especially if I'm trying to avoid eating, or like if I don't want to avoid Edencom systems, I want to be able to get out from underneath Edencom gate camps, which was a big consideration for me, which is why I went with sub 2 second above all else. And loot. Not much. 4 million, I think, right? Okay, great. Let's go to Dodixie. I will take this opportunity to remind everybody that if you haven't yet, make sure to hit the little thumbs up button at the bottom of the video. That lets you know that you like the video. That tells me that I'm doing something right, but it also tells the algorithm that it's something that's worth sharing. That's what all of this is about, is getting that information out there to people. I don't receive any direct support from CCP or anything like that. I'm able to do this because you guys are willing to go the extra mile to support me, either by liking the stream, becoming a supporter, a patron, buying a member, picking up some merch, all that kind of stuff, watching through my videos, especially my backlogs. All that stuff is incredibly useful. Thank you guys. If you find value in my work, that's how to make it possible. I really appreciate it. It really is the reason why I'm able to do this. Couldn't the Triglavians be one of the branches of Talokan that broke away and survived? I always think about that whenever I look at Aruz Ainam from C5s. I personally believe that the Triglavians are the Talokan. I actually, like, if you go back to my tinfoil things, I think that the Triglavians are a branch of the Talokan. And I think that the Talokan made the Sleepers how they are. Like, the Talokan transformed this subgroup of the Jovians into being what we now know of as the Sleepers. And so that was the Triglavian Jovian polity that's referred to in the Triglavian logs. So yeah, I that's what I think, personally. But there is other arguments that the Triglavians could be the modifiers from the Jovians, but they also could just be from somewhere else. Thank you for the subscriptions, too. Subbing to the channel is always useful. No better place for a mysterious deep flow risk than mysterious Anokus? I mean, maybe, but I think deep flow is supposed to be more attached to things like the Abyss and specifically Pochvin, which is why it iterates there. All right. So, as we're getting in location, I do want to like set this up, frame this up a little bit. So, the problem was that, like, for years, people would tell me, oh, you know, getting things around in high sec can be dangerous. There's lots of gankers, blah, 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 blah. If your alignment is sub 2 seconds, then you're basically uncatchable if you're just, like, from a static position. Obviously, when you're on docking, that's still a risky moment. But, like, if you just jump in like I am right now and then hit warp, if you're sub 2 second, then you should be able to warp before anybody can catch you, right? And so the secret is having a good 2 second alignment ship that can carry a bunch of space, you know, stuff, is critical. And this is what has made the Synesis, transportation Synesis, so strong. You're able to have 1800 M3 in a ship that also had a 2 second align time. And it's also what made the transportation Synesis such a thorn in people's sides, because it was used by people in order to steal loot from, you know, big structures or, you know, other big event, you know, like sometimes big tasks drop expensive loot. The Synesis can just come in, grab it, and leave before anybody can do anything. It's super cheap. And that was allegedly the problem that caused the transportation Synesis to get, like, knocked down. Frontier had an update today, new scanning ability, many quality of life updates. Good day for Frontier. Frontier's very exciting right now, for sure. But unfortunately, there's only so much I can provide. Already what's happening in Eve is causing my brain to shatter. So I'm trying. That said, go check out Wesley Pipes' stuff. You can see him there in chat. He also posts in our Discord. He covers a whole bunch of stuff with Eve Frontiers. He's one of the best people to follow if you're interested in the Eve Frontier stuff. Please check out. Please keep an eye on Wesley Pipes and what he's up to. All right. So, what's happening in Eve Online? Well, you can watch the beginning of the stream to find out in the last couple of streams. Anyway, okay. So, I need a sub 2 second ship with a large cargo hold, and this leads me to scroll. Wait, did I go past it? Hold on. I thought I didn't. Hold on. Really? It should be here. Hold on. Did I go to the wrong place? Grrr. So bad at this. All right, whatever. I'll end the surprise. Oh yeah, that's right. I went to Anya. The answer is the Mecha Ball. I am willing to challenge people. Let me know if you can find a ship that is better than this for my purposes. But right now, this is my thoughts, which is the Mecha Ball. Now, it is alpha friendly, which is good. but I'm not 100% sure if it's 100% alpha friendly now that I think about it, because its alignment time is so like barely making it. So I wonder if somebody with only alpha skills would be able to actually get this thing to sub 2 second. You might need to drop one of the cargo hold optimizations for another low friction, but with the mecha ball, much more expensive, obviously. But you end up with, yes, the Angel Destroyer. You end up with a sub 2 second alignment, 1.95 seconds, and 800 M3, 809 M3 cargo bay. So, what I need is a... You can get it to 0.9, but 0.9 doesn't matter. Like, the only thing you need is 1.9. You don't need 0.9. Yeah, 809 is good. Yeah, no, I very much miss the Synesis situation. But this guy seems to be the closest thing we can come up to yet. We have 809 M3. And the cool thing about this ship setup, as you can see, because we didn't really need to do anything with the high slots, this ship also does rifts. So, you know, it's fast. It has sub 2 second. It has a micro warp drive so you can crash gates and move around. But in the high slots, you've got a probe launcher so you can probe down sites. You've got a salvager so you can salvage anything you happen to run into. But you've also got the 3 small tractor beams. So you can use this ship to zip around all over the place in high sec, especially high sec and low sec. Nobody will ever be able to catch you if you're just warping from a gate because you've got a sub 2 second alignment, unless you're in a bubble. And you can scan down wormholes, you can scan down other locations, and even if you run into a deep flow rift, you can run the deep flow rift. So, and it looks so good. Yeah, no, one day CCP is going to change the rules for how things get into warp, and that's going to be the end of everything. But this thing, we can just check this thing out, right? I can undock it. Now, I did want, like, if you don't need the cargo space, I do recommend, like, if you don't actually need the cargo space, you can drop these cargo hold optimizations because it's Angel Ship. The other thing that's cool about it being Angel Ship, yep, that's right, Hilmar now on CCP Games. So, the fact that it is an Angel Ship has another advantage, which is that it warps faster. It has a 5.63 AU warp speed, which we could, if we want to give up some of our cargo. If we don't care about the 809 M3 cargo, if we only are okay with 674, then I can do a... I can do a small hyperspatial velocity optimizer, and now I'm warping at 7 AU. I could go down to 586 M3, and now I'm going 8.5 AU per second warps. This thing is going to get around real freaking fast. But in the meantime, you can just scan down sites. There's a lot of signatures here. Hold on, let's go ahead and scan this down. There's no way I'm going to find a deep flow rift in the first system that I attempt to scan down. No way. So yeah, this is you can get mecha balls are pretty expendy, but it's another reason to go into Angel Cartel faction warfare, insurgencies, because you can get mecha ball, the BPC, and you can get the net resonators. So basically everything that you need to build the mecha ball besides the minerals, you can just get through faction doing pirate insurgencies. Unfortunately, not the one that's currently going on in Orville. That's the Garistus one. You have to do the Angel side. I find a Syndicate flotilla. Yeah, they didn't add that into the game. That's a wormhole. Don't say meta? Why can't I say meta? Mecha Ball is a very good ship. Very likes Fitful, but Mecha Ball is easier to fit. I do really like the Mecha Ball a lot. Just in general, we also used it for the clone jacking site, right? And this is what got my attention. That's actually what made me think about it, because the Mecha Ball has such a great cargo container for the slots that it has. Oh, we said meta for the Synesis. Ooh, yeah. Oh, hey, it's a Warpath Intelligence cache. Wait. Do I have anything here that I can do that with? No? No. Nope. Oh well. Should have brought data analyzer with the ship. Of course I find a fucking event site when I don't have when I'm not prepared to do it. What an obvious thing to have happen. Mecha Ball, is that like the cost of 10 Synesis? I didn't say it was cheap. That was not the word I used to describe it. CCP bought for less ISK than they originally sold it for. Such a neat thing to do. It's kind of crazy. Like, the thing that people, I don't think on the Eve side has given enough credit for, is that not only did they buy, like, did he buy it back for less than they got for it by like half, but also like 20% of the amount that CCP paid for to get CCP back, I guess you could say, was in tokens, right? So, like, for those of you who are worried that, like, oh, you know, CCP's in danger or whatever, like, obviously, Pearl Abyss believes in Frontiers. Literally 20% of the value that they received back for the IP, or, you know, in the deal, was in token acquisition. So, I don't know. The Frontier guys think that that's a big deal. Ooh, another cosmic signature. Sweet. So many wormholes. So many wormholes. But yeah. I don't know. That whole, like, the whole sale thing makes so little sense to me right now that I scarce have too much commentary about it. Maybe we'll know more at FanFest. How does that work? Because the tokens aren't really worth anything right now? Look, man, I don't know. I just know that's what the reports say. 100,000 or 100 million, right? $100 million worth of cash and 20 million worth of tokens. I'm gonna get two of the data sites in here. Yep. Son of a gun. All right. We're going to go see about grabbing my exploration frigate and come back and see whether or not those sites are already done by the time I get back. Maybe they just really want to play Eve Frontier? Maybe. Crypto's such a like alien space for me. Yeah, obviously. Yeah. PA is banking on them gaining value. Triglavians did not come back until after the Talican superstructure exploded. Well, yeah. I mean that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think that the biggest hint is the fact that the Triglavians, their major industrial efforts have been stellar manipulation, which of all of the races historically, the only ones that we know of that is experimented with massive stellar manipulation was the Talican. PA does not. No, CCP Games, the entire company, including all their products, are now owned by CCP Games, specifically Hilmar for the most part. What the anathema might work, but not sure of the whole. Yeah, the anathema, that was one of my go-tos too. Big cargo bay, fast. It is tech 2, so I kind of like it a little bit less. But theoretically speaking, the anathema could beat the mecha ball. I just don't think so. How many total tokens? I don't know. I don't know anything about anything. Let's not pretend like that. This is. Look, man. All I know is what the news said. All right. Can you hack? Is it a data site? It's a data site, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm just saying there's been a lot of talk about this on the Eve Frontiers Discord, and I just figured, or not Discord, but Reddit, and I just figured that a lot of people in Eve might not even be aware that this is a thing that's happening. So it is a piece to the whole puzzle, at the very least. I'm going to get back there, and they're both going to be run now. That's fine. There is a whole thing about the fact that, like, the conspiracy is that Plex could eventually be converted into a crypto token backed currency. Now, obviously, CCP is reluctant to do that now. They said not for tranquility. I think that was originally part of the plan. You can even see, like, especially in the Frontier talk, there is this whole thing about CCP and Hilmar specifically wanting to make Plex into a bi-directional currency. In other words, something that you can turn cash into Plex, but also Plex into cash. But that kind of also flies in kind of the face of the architecture of what EVE Online is. So chances are that's going to be a Frontier thing, not an EVE Online thing exclusively. Oh yeah, Malak and I have been playing some Satisfactory. I got that a while ago. He just got it. We've been playing through it. If CCP doesn't announce something, it's a very bad sign. What do you mean? Oz did have some interesting points about how CCP has been running a deficit. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, because they operate in a deficit because they reinvest their stuff in projects and infrastructure and, whatever, Vanguard and other things, which makes sense. I think that the other piece to this that is worth noting is that, like, you know who else invests a bunch of their money on products and that might or might not work out? PA, in things like Crimson Desert Online, which, like, Crimson Desert Online has done well, but not nearly as well as it probably should have. CCP is a good company. Oof. I like to say EVE Online is a game that succeeds in spite of CCP, not because of it. Okay. Yay. 1 box. So you need to find 2 sites in high sec for the first doodad. Maybe the president of Iceland will show up again. Yeah. Well, that they also did the was it the president of Iceland that was part of the whole the Danger Game remake? That was the mayor of Reykjavik, I thought. That's right, they did have the president of Iceland at one point too. I don't know. FanFest is crazy. There's going to be a lot of stuff at FanFest. I'm sure. Like, if you're concerned that there's no announcements right now, it's because of FanFest. Like, why would they ever announce anything today or this week? That doesn't make any sense. Fair point, Ash. I still have confidence in CCP's outlook. I will say that CCP has come a very long way in the last decade. Most of the complaints that people have about CCP's ways of operation, if you listen to the people complaining, you'll notice that their complaints originate from 2018 and before. Other than people that, like, just shit on scarcity, obviously. But, like, the idea that CCP doesn't follow up on their stuff, they don't balance the game, they blah blah blah. A lot of the primary complaints about CCP as a company, when it comes to the execution of the game itself, like, they've gotten a hell of a lot better since 2018, just in general. Now, they still suck at communication, but again, it's a very difficult, like, this is a hard game to communicate, it's a hard game to manage, and it's something that nobody else has ever done before. These are some of these guys are on the bleeding edge of game development, social development, sociology, understanding human behavior, etc., etc. It's pretty crazy, actually, kind of, to think of what CCP has managed to do with this game, even insofar as, like, things like these events, right? And how the small aspects about these events and the rules that govern these events dictate how players interact with each other. Just the fact that, like, the rewards for the events being the way it was meant that people, like, so when the site was broken but the rewards were low in high sec, we actually found people completely foregoing the rewards themselves and just farming it for the dudes. And that leads to, like, some positive behavior where, like, you're willing to help out somebody who's trying to run the site because you don't really care about the site itself, you just care about the spawning of the guys. But also some negative behaviors. Like, I had a caracal that would sit there and just wait for me to kill the waves and then try to snipe the named guys out from underneath me, right? But, like, so CCP can change the rules of an event and change the way that players interact with it. And the thing is that that's a huge piece of just, like, human psychology, human sociology. There are schools of study that come out of these kinds of what seems like little things to us, and just the things that we're doing, and just the lives that we are living, is like case studies for all kinds of stuff when it comes to understanding human behavior. Also, players often start whining when they get tired of EVE, and I feel like there isn't enough new content. I used to say the same things itself until I realized the game just requires breaks. I mean, and this is true about a lot of different, like, I mean, I saw this all the time. The best example of this is Final Fantasy. right? Final Fantasy 14, they have a content cycle. And so there's downtimes where it's like right now, right? Final Fantasy 14 just got a big update, but it was their last big update of this expansion. So they're going to start teasing the next expansion, but they don't really have any more content between now and then. So like for the next year or so, there's not going to be too much in terms of like new dungeons, new story, new things to look at, new things to do within the game. It's all just going to be preparation for the expansion. And so what you'll see is, if you pay attention, there can, over time, there's going to be a growing grumbling that, hey, there's not anything new to do. What am I supposed to do until the expansion comes out? This was asked before Endwalker. This was asked before Dawn Trail. What am I supposed to do while I wait for the expansion? And you know what Yoshi P, the head of Final Fantasy 14, said? Go play other games. Go do other things, right? When we have more stuff for you, come back and do more stuff. And this is like players get this idea that it's about constant engagement, but especially as games transition to more of a free-to-play model in other games, especially, but like across the gaming sphere, this idea of like it's okay to take a break and come back is increasingly accepted and adopted. There's not always going to be fresh content for you to get onto, but this complaint is even more unusual when it comes to EVE Online, since we are the content. It's a sandbox. So if you're complaining about a lack of content in EVE, it's because you're not doing anything. And that you could decide that there's nothing in EVE that you want to do, it's not worth it to you or whatever, but ultimately the content in the game is simple. It exists for us to make meta content, our goals, our objectives, our mark on the sandbox. That's what ultimately is supposed to be the thing that drives us. And so the idea that like, this event that's currently going on in EVE is not supposed to sustain you and be the reason why you log in every single day for like hours a day and I need to maximize this. Like, fuck that. This is designed to be a thing that's happening that contributes to the story, contributes to giving people things to do, and then we move on to the next thing, right? It's not supposed to be. People talk about, these sites are lazy or whatever. These are experiments. Yes, this mechanically is built very similar to the previous event, because the previous event was building systems or testing systems that will eventually be used in things like military campaigns and beyond. Like, hey, Michael. Thank you so much, Michael. Yes, I appreciate that. Wow, I really appreciate that. Yep. I do rely on your guys' support, even for food now, because my food stamps got cut off, which I mentioned in his supporter Decanted channel. But yeah, no, I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much, Michael. The hardest of tryhards are best role players in the game. I wish CCP would do more events where the staff would fly caps or something. Let them play the bad guys in the game. You mean like they're going to do in 2 days? Like how much do you need? They did it during the Drifter Hive event. I mean, it's only a few times a year maybe, but they definitely do that. Most are like cats that want to just shit in the sandbox. I mean, it's true. It is so true that it's like a lot of people play EVE because they want to tear down other people's sandcastles because they don't have the creativity, initiative, or good, like creative desire to make their own sandcastles. And that's why I strongly suggest every single time to people that like want to find their place in EVE, it's about building goals, not because like not because the goals themselves are important, but it's about something that you care about, something that somebody else could theoretically take from you, right? This is why like nullsec is always so weird, because it's like, well, okay, they lost Atioth, but really did they lose, right? It's about making your stand. It's about fighting your fight. It's about I'm going to defend my area of space because this is what I do. I'm going to defend it until it's taken from my cold dead fingers, because I've decided that this is important to me. Not because it is important, like per se, it can be or can't be, But, you know, for years I defended Fleet, and I'm not the only one. I know several people who have dedicated hours, hundreds of hours, defending Fleet because it was their home. Nobody told them it was their home. Well, I mean, maybe they joined a corporation that told them it was their home, but no, nothing in CCP never told them that it should be their home. We as players decided that that was our home, and therefore fighting for it mattered. And that's the thing, is that if your goal is to just earn more ISK, then any setback you have, you know, you can find your way around it. You got to care about something enough that other people can hurt your feelings, because then it'll actually matter. You have something that's worth fighting for. You have something that's worth fighting over. And, you know, those people that want to come and destroy it, sure, they get content too, but ultimately they're feeding off of your content. The only reason why this matters is because you made it matter, and that's what and that's the key here. I like to think of ease as our simulation. Absolutely, it's a great place to experiment with your understanding of, you know, as I said before, human psychology, human behavior, market forces, all that kind of stuff is learnable and understandable by EVE Online, which is why it's a valuable game. Both for an individual, you can learn all sorts of cool soft skills and market, you know, real life skills that are real life, you know, useful, that normally people would lose their fortune over. You get to do it with funny money play ISK and learn your lessons and develop your skills in market or supply chain management, or, you know, whatever it is. There are people who have played EVE and then went on to form a Fortune 500 company because of what they've learned from EVE Online. So it's useful to us as individuals, but it's also useful to us as a society, as a civilization. You know, how many social experiments, how many minor tweaks in the reality in which we all interact with can be done in EVE Online? They can make a tweak to the way things work and observe through solid metrics the change in human behavior around those tweaks in a way that would be completely unethical in real life. So from a civilizational cultural point of view, I think that EVE Online is incredibly important as a social experiment. And as an individual point of view, it's probably one of the best video games out there when it comes to developing real life skills. Because the skills that are useful in EVE are not the skills that are useful in other video games. It's not about like your hand-eye coordination. There is certain pieces to that, but unlike like shooters or something like that, where it's all about fast reaction time and, you know, all these very gamey specific skills, the skills that you actually develop to get good at EVE Online long term are skills that are useful in real life, not necessarily in video games. I get more from talking to new bros and leading them out to null and wormholes than from the game most of the time. Game survives because of us. Exactly. That's why I don't necessarily mean it in a bad way when I say that EVE Online is a game that succeeds in spite of CCP, not because of it. Like, we are very much what makes EVE Online great. CCP oftentimes can do nothing better than to just get the hell out of our way. But at the same time, the other problem is that you can't just give us everything we want either, because humans are really bad at knowing what we want. And so there's been this now 2.5 decade almost long relationship between CCP and the player base to try to figure out, like, how do we make this the way that it's supposed to be, right? Like, how do we make a game that's as best as it can be? Nobody knows what EVE should be. There's no game that's like it that it could be modeled off of. This is all very bleeding edge stuff when it comes to the understanding of things. We don't know what we want. We ask for stuff, CCP gives it to us, and we hate it. This happens all the time. Nullsec wanted farms and fields, they got it, they hated it. We asked for stuff, Nullsec demanded that CCP stay out of their sandbox, and then complained because there was no because everything stagnated because there's no reason to fight over things. They say that everything should be done by player motivations, and yet CCP is supposed to give them things to fight for. Everything's supposed to be player focused, but CCP is not giving them any content. It doesn't really make sense until you realize that, like, this is just human beings trying to figure out stuff, and we're not really great at it yet, and we're all just trying to figure it out. Actually, we're pretty good at knowing what we want. It's knowing what we need that's the problem. Well, yeah, and that's the thing, is that often it's the challenge that is the whole meaning of things. So we feel like we want, this thing ganking makes me feel bad. Therefore, I want ganking to be harder. But at the same time, that ganking feel bad is the thing that makes the game meaningful to you. So you could get what you wish for. Yeah, that's right. That's true. People don't know what they need. They know what they want, and they're not careful with what they wish for. You're going to get what you, because of the pressure there, you want the ganking to go away. But in reality, you don't want the ganking to go away, because if the ganking goes away, that's like half your gameplay. You just don't think of it that way. The very thing that challenges you, the very thing that makes you uncomfortable, is the very thing that's making the game interesting for you. This statement is biased because we only hear the perspective of hardcore gamers. Wait, which statement is biased? Hold on. Part of the issue is balancing sacrifice, time sacrifice, and research sacrifice. Took Edison's team thousands of attempts to get filaments to work before having the refractory metals light the bulb. Yeah, and that's like, that is one of the things that yes, Fleet Pizza Delivery is a great group, good name for a group. All right, so this is one of the things that video games in general is extremely good at. Oh, the players. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. This is one of those things that EVE Online or video games are extremely good at. Like there's oh man, Jane McGonigal. She's a author, and she's done like TED Talks and stuff. She's a game designer, and she's been doing stuff since 2012, I think. But like she has this talk from 2012, I think it is, about how in it she says like, oh, the human race spends so many thousands of hours playing World of Warcraft every year. I can't remember what the exact metric or number that she gives, but it sounds like this huge amount of time. And when she first says that sentence, you think like, what a colossal waste of time. And then her next sentence is, and if we're going to solve the hard challenges that face the human race, we're going to have to at least double it. And that's when you're like, whoa, wait a minute. Okay, so you're telling me all the time I'm wasting in World of Warcraft is good for the human race, actually? And she goes on to point out that, like, video games, especially online video games, are incredibly good at training the human brain to specific things. Specifically, two things that are extremely, extremely useful to human race. One, the capacity to deal with defeat in a reasonable and healthy way, right? A video game teaches you that you can lose. And a lot of video games, because losing is this like a lot of game developers, a lot of game designers have to tackle this challenge, where in order for the game to be interesting, you have to be able to lose. There has to be a lose state. You have to be able to die or whatever it is. But the problem is, like, for instance, let's look at horror games, right? Horror games is all about this tension where it's like, oh, I might get killed by this monster. But if the monster actually does kill you, what happens? You reload, everything kind of stops. The tension immediately ends. The moment the actual death happens, the tension is broken and has to be reset. And if this happens too much, then that tension of the fear of death ends up kind of being shown as hollow. This is actually why in the very beginning of the very first design document for EVE Online, the very first page says death is a serious matter, right? Because this idea of loss and death being this like human challenge, or I guess not just death, but failure. We'll say failure, right? And the consequences of failure. Failure has to feel bad for us to want to avoid it. But at the same time, like a lot of times with a lot of other video games, that's why we've spent so much time as video game designers getting people back into the action as fast as possible. Because you're going to break that tension as soon as they lose. But you want them to not necessarily give up. You want them to be able to jump straight back into it. So that's why, like, there's all kinds of examples in game design of them like making the design as such to make it so that when you die, you immediately just get thrown back into it, so that way you can keep going. All the way to like Dark Souls, which kind of does the opposite, where when you die, you have to ploddingly get all the way back to where you were to give you time to think about and process what has happened, how you could do it better, what you could do better, etc., etc. So things like Hollow Knight, Silksong, Dark Souls, this relationship between the corpse run versus the reset is a very important piece to that design, right? So the other thing, so this idea of like, we can become okay with losing. In fact, there's even some games that make losing almost enjoyable, you know? It's something exciting happens when you lose to make you be more okay with losing. And then you can work on getting better until you win. My son, when he was younger, had a big problem with this, where if he went up against a challenge, if he didn't immediately be able to beat it, he would just give up completely. The act of like getting better, the idea that because you lost means that you need to get better and then you will eventually be able to win, is a lesson that a lot of humans don't get behind, especially players or humans that don't play video games. If you don't have this reinforced, then failure is just this incredibly negative experience, one that gets avoided at all cost. And yet we understand that failure is basically a necessary component towards victory. Every success, it comes after a string of failures, most likely, unless you're extremely lucky, in which case you're actually probably being set up for an even bigger failure later. But like, that's where growth comes from, right? And so teaching people to have a radically positive experience around failure, pick themselves up, dust themselves off, learn their lessons, and jump back into it, that is one of the most important things that video games can teach us. The other thing that she points out is that online video games have taught us and given us the tools to do massive cooperative projects on a scale that has never been, like, has historically not been possible. I mean, think about like crazy Minecraft server builds, or even the shit that we come up with in EVE Online. How many projects in the history of the world has been produced by the labor of thousands of people over the course of years, right? We're talking about like wonders of the world level effort that are being made. And we've got empires doing this in EVE Online just for funsies, knowing for sure that one day all of their effort will be wiped away. And yet we're learning to coordinate, collaborate, and build bigger and bigger projects in virtual spaces, but it's still the human connections and networking and construction that is important here. So, this is why, again, Jane McGonigal really argues that video games, especially online video games, are absolutely critical to positive human development. And I think that in that mindset, EVE Online becomes a like shining example of where this is possible. It's actually the same with sports, which is why competitive sports are good for kids. Yep. You know why? Competitive sports, just a game. It's about games, right? It's about games. Absolutely. I strongly encourage folks to protect the Syndicate ships. I think that we're going to try to. One thing people miss is that CCP produces a lot of technology, not just necessarily just games. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why CCP games, like CCP dudes, have given plenty of lectures at GDC and other places. What they do is, they do some technical marvelous things with the server. Like there's this great talk. Who was it? Rampage Inc. I can't remember. Merkel Chan, right? Yeah. He was doing a stream the other day where he had Jotun on. And Jotun gave this like impassioned speech that I swear to God, I want to go like edit it out and like put it to music or something, because it's so great. But like Jotun really does wax poetic about how much of a miracle New Eden is. We give shit about like tie-dye and stuff, but like anybody with any sort of technical knowledge that looks even halfway towards tranquility, their mind explodes with the stuff that they've pulled off with this server. Lazy one, you have not messaged me. I owe you a ship. Also, I owe somebody else a ship too. Who else do I owe a ship to? Or skin, not a ship. I need to send this to the lazy one. And I need to send this one to someone. Who was it that this? Which one is this one? Who got this one? I can't remember now. Is this Morcar? No. Who was this one? I will say I'm really upset at my wolf skin. I'm kind of okay with it being blown up because the wolf skin ended up being really crap compared to what it looks like in game or in the Skinner. Any kind of game theory, not just online video game, but crazy mass scale projects that truly simulate MMO. Well, yeah, yes, any game is that way. But my point is that like, so the thing that was pointed out, so that Jane McGonigal also has a couple of books. One of them is, oh no, I'm gonna have to look it up. Hold on. Reality is Broken. There's this amazing, there's this great book that she wrote called Reality is Broken. Hold on. All right. So there's this great book that Jane McGonigal wrote called Reality is Broken, which basically talks about, so, okay, I mentioned this before, but there's this idea called satisfaction theory, right? Where, you know, there's a study about what it takes to get somebody to be like truly satisfied with their lot in life, right? What is it that causes real, deep down, long-term satisfaction? Is it money? Is it power? Is it a spouse? You know, what is it? And what they figured out is that there's 3 elements which are known as autonomy, mastery, and relatedness or purpose, right? And you'll see this all over the place. In fact, if you listen to this CCP devs talk about EVE Online, occasionally you'll hear these buzzwords kick up: autonomy, mastery, and purpose. Agency, right? We even see that there. So autonomy is the sense that you get to make your own decisions. Mastery is the sense that you get proper enough feedback that you can understand that your decisions are getting better over time and that has impact. And purpose or relatedness means that my decisions and my actions contribute to something larger than me. EVE Online is incredibly good at delivering on these 3 things once you can get past the barrier of entry to the game, which is why, even though it was ragtag for the Eagle, thank you, which is why, like, you know, retention in EVE is low, but once people stay with EVE, they're in it forever because it provides those sorts of things. And the thing that Jane McGonigal talks about with Reality is Broken is how much our reality, like our lives, prevent us from achieving these goals. Our work, our real life jobs have a tendency to try to divide us from these senses of satisfaction, either by disrupting our autonomy or our mastery or even our relatedness, right? You're just a cog in the machine. It feels so pointless. And so the result of this is that we work hours all day in order to do something that we don't care about for people that we hate as part of a project that only matters to us because we're getting paid. That is completely unfulfilling to us. So what do? We spend our whole free time logging into virtual worlds in order to do like artificial tasks for fake people, right? You log into World of Warcraft, you go to your quest giver, and he's like, the Burning Legion is invading. We can't stop them unless we get 10 bear asses. Go collect 10 bear asses. And you go off and you kill the bears and you collect their asses and you come and turn it in. You feel good about yourself. Why? Because he told you what you needed to do, how you're important to it, and why this was useful to everyone. It feels good to do that. And, you know, you might be willing to like be dismissive of that, but what we do know is these games are incredibly powerful and incredibly popular. People are seeking satisfaction, validation, and like a sense of meaning in these video games because reality itself no longer provides us that sense of satisfaction. Okay? Why I even brought this up, I'm not 100% sure. But at any rate, Jane's argument is that it is, oh, I remember now. It isn't just that games teach us to be resilient, right? Because as you pointed out, sports also can teach you to be resilient. But you know how sports teaches you to be resilient? A coach is there. If you just join a flag football thing, like if it's just kids or whatever, you know, after school or whatever, and you get slammed, you're probably going to be pretty disheartened by it and may not wish to continue. You need a coach or a person to be like, it's all right, man. You got this. Keep going, keeping that drive going, right? And so, but the reason why this is important is because video game designers have been dealing with this challenge. Hundreds of video games designers across thousands of video games have been dealing with this very particular challenge. How do we keep people motivated in face of loss and disaster? So it's not just that games help us become resilient to failure. It's that games themselves and the game design sphere, game designers have constructed better and better games at teaching us to be resilient against failure. They look at it and go, oh, well, when people die in my game, they quit. How can I make death more entertaining for them so that way they don't quit, right? So it's not just that the game creates a framework for you to learn resilience. It's that the game designers continue to work on this puzzle of how do I make my player more resilient through the gameplay. So we're actually improving our techniques and our tools and our strategies to helping make us into better people through these gamified processes. And you can see evidence in this in how much other things have tried to gamify stuff in order to get us to be doing stuff, because we've learned that gamification is really good at helping control human behavior. And so like this is what I mean by CCP is at the bleeding edge of psychology and sociology. I'm not just trying to sound like highfalutin or whatever. My point is that these are the guys and girls who are actively handling the problems of, you know, what the challenges that EVE Online presents to us, both in learning how to play it, to making good decisions, to interacting with the consequences of our decisions, et cetera, right? EVE Online is a framework for us to be able to do that, and CCP as a company continues to refine what that means in order to help players become better players and thus better people. And these processes, again, this is stuff that no one's ever done before. We're in a new territory, and so they're learning lessons. They are applying some things that have been learned in other disciplines, but they're able to prove it out and study it and look at it on a scale and level that has never before been seen in human history. And that is incredibly valuable stuff. Games have picked the pieces of masculinity left over from feminism. I mean, I think both masculinity and femininity are incredibly important, and I think that games do a good job of cultivating that understanding. In fact, what's funny is that like game design and game development has taught us so much more about psychology, especially like masculine versus feminine psychology. So one of the fun ones is that am I going to try to finish some riffs? No, why would I do that? I can't find one. I'd have to find one. I'm not going to actually find one. I'm going to waste all my day trying to find one. It's fine. I'll look into it. Control people. Somehow that doesn't seem like a good thing. That's all society is, right? So I know. I think this is far more fun than running around and getting mad at probing at the moment. But so the question is, what is design, right? Just the idea of design, okay? You walk up to a crosswalk, you walk up to an area of the road, there's a light, there's two white bars, solid bars across the street that kind of set off this area, and then there's a button, and there's a guy with an arrow pointing in the direction across the street. Do you know how to interact with this situation, with that system, in order to get what you want done? You walk up, you press the button, and then you wait to be able to be given permission to cross the street, right? No one is there to tell you how to do that, or that you should do it, or anything about it. So when you're designing a crosswalk, you need to design it in such a way that someone with no further guidance, and more importantly, with no supervision. Design is about understanding how people behave with no supervision, right? So you could say that like the entire apparatus of the crosswalk is designed to control people. It's designed to make it so that people aren't walking across the street willy-nilly. They do it in a specific place, and they do it when it's set aside to being safe for them, because some people need to cross the street and some cars need to drive on the road, right? So you create this system that allows this to all happen safely, and then you install the pieces, the infrastructure, to control the behavior of the people to ensure that this system plays out. Now, there are certain pieces to this. There's there might be enforcement requirements to all this too, but that's what I mean by like, this is all about controlling human behavior, which may sound sinister, but all civilization is about controlling and understanding human behavior. So it can be sinister, but not necessarily. And in fact, the best way to defend against the sinister efforts to control people is for the understandings of how that control works to be more broadly understood. If more people were well educated in things like logical fallacies and fallacious argumentation, then so much of the propaganda that we see nowadays would not be effective. So much of the more negative control systems that we see in our world exist and are effective because it exploits weaknesses in people's understandings. And so the solution there would be to increase people's understandings into how people work. Right now, the machine, the systems that control us better understand how human behavior works than humans do, and therefore that gap in understanding can be exploited in the same way that like a JITA contract scam relies on you to not understand how the systems work in order for you to make a bad decision that's not in your best interest, but is in my best interest. If a man must sail the seas of life at least an hour a day, he must feel the sail and rudder at his hands. Thoreau. Yeah, Thoreau's great. I used the ability to FC over 1,000 players in EVE as experience before. Just explaining logistics involved in my hobby baffles people. Yes, no, totally. Absolutely. For sure. 100%. It used to be a joke of like, oh yeah, I'm going to brag about my online guild as like for work. But, unironically, a guy who's run a major organization in EVE Online has proven better leadership skills than most middle managers. Yes, please do not forget to like and subscribe with a thumbs up button. Thank you so much, Seventh Heaven. I was raised on RuneScape. Yeah. Games and stories are primal to the ancestral human identity of as fire and tribe. Yeah. Well, yeah. Stories are our culture, you know? Okay. Whew. Do I want to go into this topic, or is it too spicy? I think I'll wait. I think I'm going to keep some of the spicier stuff for more of a decanted channel stuff. Never mind. I'm gonna not jump down that one. No. We'll just have to do decanted channel special. Screw it. I'll do it. Whatever. Let's get canceled. All right. So I'm gonna say this first. I've got 130 people watching. Make sure to like the stream now, so that way I know that you guys got mad at me. Okay. Look, I'm not going to say anything about whether or not the Bible is historically accurate. Okay, this is not a question of whether or not Christianity is true or Judaism is true or any religious tradition is true or whatever. But while studying, yeah, are y'all sure you still want me to go down this road? All right. While studying the historicity of the Bible and of how these different cultures kind of grew and interacted in ancient days with these artifacts that kind of come to us in the modern day in the form of all these stories, everything from the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Gnostic Gospels, the Mormon Bible, right? These are like, we can argue about whether or not these are true or not true stories, but that's not what's important for this conversation. What's important is the idea that the story makes the people into the people, okay? The idea is that, if you look at the Old Testament in particular, we have the Israelite people who get out of Egypt, and then there's all these different rules and laws that are bestowed upon them. And these rules and laws are directly tied to the story of their exodus, right? You will treat people this way because when you were an alien, I had to save you. So now you're going to act this way because of that. And so, there are some doubts of whether or not the Exodus story literally happened, or whether or not this was a story that was created by the Israelites after the fact in order to kind of tell their history. But the point of the matter is that the real effect of having the Talmud, the Jewish holy texts, is that the people who grow up with those Jewish texts, that read it and understand it and identify with it, they are Jewish, right? The book makes the people into the people. It's not about the trueness of the story. It's about the people that are reading and allowing themselves to be lazy. I'm trying to be very delicate about this. But the point is that the stories themselves make the culture that come out of it, right? The Jewish people are a culture that's defined by the fact that they are committed to this text, what it says about them, what it says about the world, what it says about everything. And so, I've been spending a lot of time actually talking to the Mormon missionaries recently, because I find them very interesting. It's a fascinating story, because on the one hand, it seems on its face sort of ridiculous, but on the other hand, like, even if this was a story that was just like, if the Book of Mormon was just written by this kid, like, it's still an interesting piece of artifact to be made by some kid. And more importantly, you have this entire culture, the Mormon Church, that is derivative of it, that is shaped by this document. And so the document itself is powerful and interesting as this cultural artifact, because the story turns the people into the people. And so this thing about like the need for stories, the need and the fact that stories turn into our culture, which shape us as people, like in a very deep, profound way, teaching us right from wrong, what to value, what to not value, etc. And, you know, especially in this much more secular age, I think, you know, one of the things I've been paying attention to a lot is, you know, what happens when we lose these collective stories. You know, when I was a kid, I went to school every morning, every weekday morning. You know, I went to elementary school or even middle school. And when I went to school, I knew that most of the people would be talking about what I watched on TV last night. In fact, it was even a joke back in the 90s, more or less, where it's like the fashion on a TV show one night would be reflected by cultural choices made by children across the United States that whole next week, right? Just because a certain character in a show wore a certain outfit or whatever. We had these culturally resonance the wrong word, but like we collectively were sculpted by this collective culture. Did Bart Simpson make us into better people? I don't know, but it all made us into the same person, or at least a little bit. We had something in common. When we all go to school the next day, we all tell our teacher, don't have a cow man, because Simpsons taught us to. You know, it's what it sculpted our collective zeitgeist. And now that we live in an internet world, the biggest thing about this is that like our culture and how it is shaped and how it grows has become so like so far away from that, right? I talk to my son and I try to pay attention to what he's talking about. Let me tell you, if I mention anything, pretty much anything that my son thinks is the most important things in the universe, you probably won't even be aware that it's a thing that exists. Like I might be able to, Roblox, you probably know, but if I go any deeper down that rabbit hole, yeah, Ragtag, I need your name so I can get it to you. Wait, no, you already sent it to me, I think. I'll get it to you. Don't worry about it. Anyway, the point is that like I'm concerned. One of the concerns I have is democratization of content, like the ability to make things on YouTube. Very, very powerful. It's good that there's less gatekeepers and controllers on what we have as part of our like cultural identity, right? But what we lose from that is a certain amount of diffusion and the availability of subcultures to be incredibly isolated from each other. So now we have news bubbles where people have very, very, very different ideas of what is really going on in the world, even if we're all watching roughly the same news events, because we have our own ecosystems of culture. Like we've shaped our own meta narratives about stuff to the point where these groups and the things that shape these subgroups now have effectively inoculated us from being able to communicate with each other, right? Because establishing the walls becomes more important than being persuasive. I also missed the 2004 Onward meme motivational posters and demotivational posters. I still follow r/advice animals. If not, read it. Which one? Wait, hold on. Read which? Divide and conquer, take it to the max due to algorithm created echo chambers. I agree. Yeah, and yes, what makes me terrified is that ever since this whole new age of reasoning, like call it 2015 on, I'll let you guys guess what changed in 2016 to make me choose 2015 on. But like what startles me is no one is arguing that united we stand, divided we fall anymore. And that felt like such a foundational truth when I was a kid. It makes me nervous that we're losing it. Homo Deus? Okay. A brief history of tomorrow. I'm going to have to check it out. You're talking about Fox News making its audience less informed. I'm not. Yes, but I'm also talking about other people. Like as soon as you say, "Oh, yeah, he's talking about Fox News or whatever," guess what? You've already fallen into the trap, because this is just true across media at all. And it's not even just media at all. It's also YouTube. It's Mr. Beast. It's Kim Kardashian. It's these cultural icons. Because remember, this is about shaping people. The story makes the people into the people. This is true about the Israelites 3,000 years ago, and it's true about the Imperium today. And it's true about all of us, right? It's true about the people that choose to watch my show. I don't get advertised by CCP. I don't get posted on Reddit. You're watching this stream because you found it or somebody showed it to you. This is a different cultural space than even other areas of EVE Online. Players that watch my show are just different kinds of players than players that don't watch my show, because we discuss different things. I emphasize different priorities. We have different looks. Like, go look on the EVE universe, or the EVE Online Discord, and watch the people crash out about the Jita gates or about what's going on in nullsec or whatever, right? Like, these doesn't have to be as serious as like the big things or whatever. This is just happening on every level, and it's worth examining and understanding, because the field of psychology and sociology is still pretty new. Like, we're talking about, a lot of this stuff is like less than 200 years old. And we're getting to the point where we have the capability of monkeying with ourselves. I'm not sure whether or not we have the capability. There's mistakes that are going to come from that. And I think that there's a responsibility that we have as humans, as individuals, to understand how these systems work, if only to not become victims of it. All information is disinformation. And if you think this isn't about EVE Online, like there's always things on EVE Online about memetics. Like these are narratives that are being played out in things like the Triglavian Collective, the Dialectics of the Concrete, the Caldari with their belief in the way and how their spirituality influences themselves, including this Caldari civil war that seems to be brewing, right? Yeah. I think that the thing is that the thing that disturbs me, though, is that it isn't just the fact that we're in echo chambers. It's that those echo chambers are fragmented from real spaces, right? America was in an echo chamber in the 90s. But I still could go to school and get cultural resonance with what I watched last night. I could know for a fact that if I watched something on TV the night before, chances are the people around me when I go to school would at least be aware of what I'm into, of what I'm talking about. If I made a reference like "don't have a cow man," the people around me would chuckle and get it, right? But because the internet has allowed us to create virtual social spaces that have nothing to do with physical spaces, now when I go outside, my relationships with people, the kind of people that I interact with is very different from the kind of people I interact with here. Not a single person around me. If I use the word AWOX in real life, my chances that anyone's going to pick up what I'm saying is like 0. And so it's kind of weird how there's like this dual life that we all live, right? And in the same way, there's the EVE life, and then there's the player life, right? You have your existence in the virtual world. You know, I've got my progress. I've got things I care about as a character inside of the universe, but then I've got the things I care about as a player of the game. You know, a thing can happen that makes faction warfare worse. That's bad, or not worse, but like there can be a change that happens that makes it so that it's harder for Ashtarothi like this, like an Edencom change, right? You know, if they suddenly made, or you know, they've made changes to Edencom and they've made changes to the Triglavians that have objectively made things worse for Ashtarothi. So I, as a character in the game, can be upset about that. But at the same time, I, as a player of the game and an understander of the game, can see the overarchingness of it and realize that while it's bad for me, it's good for the overall world. I live in two different kind of perspectives in that sense. And I think that to me is the skill that EVE Online has taught me that I find the most valuable. The fact that I can understand that I am both a player of the game and also an observer and an analyst of the game, right? In the same way, I can watch real life and I can see all the news and I can see all the craziness and I can see the systems operating to control us and to leave us powerless and to siphon our wealth and all that stuff. I can see all those systems and I can realize that everything that we're kind of being taught, we're being manipulated in order to buy into things. It's a very Fight Club, right? You're convinced by people that you hate to buy things that you don't need, all this sort of stuff. But at the same time, I also have to be a person living in this environment, right? I can understand the system all I want, but you also still have to exist. You still have to wake up the next morning and eat your food, go to work, and do your stuff. So learning to have multiple perspectives of the same situation, both a player of the game and an analyst of the game, I think that skill has been the most valuable thing that EVE Online has taught me and has allowed me to be like, to navigate the modern world without, you know, going insane or self-destructing. Games paradoxically unify multiple generations. It's awesome. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is why I think that video games are so important to us, because again, culture, right? So the video games help unite us. They teach us valuable skills and they make the people into the people, right? Players that, you know, a generation that is born being taught certain like lessons from video games will demonstrate provably through testing that they better represent those positive qualities: resilience, creativity, cooperation, etc. Which is why, again, going back to the beginning, Jay McGonigal says that if we're going to beat the main challenges that face the human race in the next 100 years, we're going to need to play a hell of a lot more video games, or video games in general. The older I get, the more I value the look in my dog's eyes. Man, let me tell you, that one hits me real hard. You're right. Like, seriously, I cannot recommend enough getting a dog and taking care of it. Going for walks. All right. Well, I feel like now let's talk about the magical community place called Twitter. I spend a lot of time watching Twitter just because I'm interested to see what's happening there. I've been watching it. I mean, I've been on Twitter since before everybody thought it was popular. And it is kind of scary to see what's happened to it, just on like a technical point of view. All right, you know what? Fine, we can try. We will try some fishing. We'll see if we can find a fishing. There's a Cheshire cat quote. It goes along the lines of, if you don't know where you're going, the path you take doesn't really matter. That is so true. It's the journey, not the destination. I took the path least travel, and that made all the difference. Is it all the way? Did I go to Dodixie? Yeah, I did go to Dodixie with it. All right. Wait, so what's going on with this invasion? So the Caldari have taken all of Syndicate space for themselves. We don't actually know what's going to be the long-term efforts here. We do know that on Thursday, there's going to be a series of events where Syndicate capital ships are going to attempt to break out into particular low/high sec constellations in Galente space. The list is find that. I was a frozen fish, where would I float? So Thursday, there's going to be a series of escort missions, basically, where players will probably attack the capital ships. We're going to have to see where that goes from there. It also means that there's going to be an event, or the new capital sites where the dreads or the Titans try to kill the other Titan will be coming on Thursday. You look for food storage locations. That'd be kind of funny, because there are like stations that are owned by basically food companies, right? So we will have to see what exactly is going on. Yeah, native fresh foods, exactly. But there is these escort missions or these escort fleets that are going to be happening at 1800 and 02, or 1800 on the 7th, 02 on the 8th, and 11:30 on the 8th, Eve time. So all Thursday US, Thursday US morning, evening, and then Friday US morning. And there will be Plex rewards given out to Capsuleers that participate in the destruction of the Yantey Syndicate vessels. We don't necessarily know where that's going to go from there, but it looks like the Gallente are going to try to offer the Yantey Syndicate amnesty, so that way they can return to the Federation. But we'll see if they take that offer or not. It is pretty wild. I think that this is, as I mentioned earlier, I think this is going to be part of like the military campaigns. I think that the very first military campaign is going to be about Syndicate and possibly Great Wildlands or Amatar space. So Devoid, right? Is it Devoid? No, not Devoid. Derelict and Great Wildlands. Derelict or Great Wildlands, I suppose, for the Minmatar Mar side, and then Syndicate for the Caldari Gallente side. That seems to be kind of what they're setting up for the first military campaigns. Mar could finally take Providence. Yeah, I mean, I did think about I've always said like Tash Murkon taking Stain would be a big one, but it looks like this is about making the empires fight each other, and like the Yantey Syndicate is like the pirate Gallente group, or not the pirate, like not as in like not Serpentis, but you know what I mean, like the gray area Gallente is the Yantey Syndicate, and the gray area Minmatar is the Thucker, but the stuff around the events seem to be hinting at possibly a conflict around the Amatar mandate, so it could go either way. So now we're going to completely ignore the event and go see if I can find a fucking fishing site. It'd be best to be able to find 2 fishing sites, so I can do one, get the rewards, and then do the other one and not get the rewards. That'd be special. We'll see if we can. I had a hard time finding one site before, so it'd be cool if CCB could make the other pirate factions a thing too. Blood Raiders, Mordu, etc. Make all low second to full flux to fight over. Well, yeah, I mean, that's true. It is true, but they have explicitly said that this next arc of the story is going to be more focused on the empires doing things. The pirates can capitalize on the empires doing things, but they're the main movers. Yeah, watch. I'm going to go fishing and find something that's going to make us all be like, "What?" You can fish them up. You can find them in Pochvin. You mean the deep flow rifts? Yeah, that's true. But would I be able to finish them and actually test the rewards? Super safe content? Yeah, sure. Especially in this ship. I mean, to be fair, this ship is better at getting away than a lot of ships. But, oh, okay. Well, that one's gone. Really? Huh. Aha. Does anybody know why most of the signatures you get in HiSec are wormholes? Anybody understand why? So, if you think about it, when a site is in space, it means it hasn't been finished yet. Non-wormhole sites can be completed, which means non-wormhole sites. Oh, this is Mamo's backyard. Whatever. So non-wormhole sites are going to become completed. Wormhole sites stick around. So if you do a survey of any given area of HiSec, any given cosmic signature that you get, chances are it is a wormhole. Because if it's going to be anything besides a wormhole, it has to be something that hasn't been gotten yet. Infinite number of people can scan down a wormhole and it'll still be there, right? So at any given time, any given signature that you get, most of the time will be a wormhole. But the critical thing here is that you can scan down all of the signatures in an area, like within a few jumps or whatever, and then you can just patrol that area. And if a new signature spawns, then that is most likely to be a non-wormhole. Because again, things that are wormholes stick around, non-wormholes get cycled around. So if a new signature spawns in a site or in a system, chances are it's not a wormhole. If a signature is already in a site or in a system when you get there, chances are it is a wormhole. I know I like to make the joke of like, you'll always find what you're not looking for, but that is the actual like mechanical reason why it always seems that you find wormholes, especially if the first time you're patrolling through an area. Because once you've scanned them down, as long as you don't just close your client, you keep the saves. So you can go through the systems and see if there's any new signatures. And that gives you an advantage over everybody else who hasn't scanned down all the signatures, because they're also going to be scanning down a bunch of the wormholes when you only see the ones that are not wormholes. Sometimes it does feel like that. Yeah, no, I mean, it's literally like, it makes sense when you think about it, why it's happening. You're literally looking for the exceptions. You're looking for the site that somebody hasn't found yet, not the site that everybody's found already. So that knowing you're smart enough to... Wait, what? Yes, the Itaki carrier bounty was posted on the in-game character forums. That knowing you're smart enough to avoid it, I tell some of my uni bros and they would just take my advice and go go to Pochvin. I mean, I wouldn't mind doing Pochvin. I do it sometimes. This also goes into the fact that I like to scan for deep flow risks, but like also you got to remember I'm a streamer trying to do stream stuff. So like if I'm just an explorer running around and it takes me forever to find a deep flow rift, that's fine. But if I'm like relying on finding a deep flow rift for content, that puts me in a big bind. And then furthermore, Pochvin, yeah, if I understand, if I'm god damn, I'm going to just find fucking Warpath this whole time. I'm going to find nothing but Warpath while I'm in this ship, aren't I? I should go back and get a data module. Oh no, Serpentis Narcotics. Man, it is okay. I don't know if this is a fluke or whatever, but it looks like it's very easy to find data sites for HiSec right now. Has anybody had any difficulty finding intelligence caches? Because I'm finding multiple intelligence caches in multiple systems. Ancient religious Semitic literature has been increasingly studied as culture, noting it historically and cultural nuance is not spicy, avoiding hot takes and unresolved matters lost to history. Thank you. Yeah, well, I mean, and this is something I'd like. That is one of those things that I really like in my free time, spend a lot of time doing. You know, I grew up with a Christian background and have strong influence and all that. But the point is that I didn't want to I don't want people to think that I'm saying like, oh, it's not true or it is true. Because my point is that it doesn't matter the truthness of it. It's a cultural artifact, and that's what matters. I'm finding all your data sites. Well, you can always come and follow me around. I just, you know, I don't want to, you know, alienate somebody or make somebody feel uncomfortable that aren't necessarily need. Like, people are here to learn about EVE Online, not to hear arguments about whether or not, you know, their favorite religion is true or not. I've made a ton of ISK off the sites. They always spawn. Excellent. What is a ton of ISK, I wonder? Culture part of a tapestry? Yes, and but that's the thing, is that you got to get past all the muck. Which, remember, a lot of that muck is there intentionally by the systems that are trying to control us, right? To get us to not dig deeper. I've been spending, oh my god, a covert research center? See, this is why I didn't want to do this, because I knew that this game was going to rub it in my face and make me feel bad if I tried to find a fucking deep flow rift. Please like the stream, make me feel a little bit better. I can't do it. I don't have my data analyzer. I didn't bring my data analyzer with this ship. I'm looking for a deep flow rift right now. But yeah, it's also a big reason why things like you know, was it Michael? Yeah, Michael's big donation earlier, so important. The fact that I'm allowed to do all this is so crazy, and you guys are the only reason why I'm able to do that. And you let me do this by watching my streams, commenting, sharing it with other people, but also, you know, going the extra mile to donate, pick up merch, etc., etc. Like, it's actually crazy that I'm allowed to do this. So, thank you. Someone get this man a civilian. I don't have any. No, I don't have any analyzer in this. It's not this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, no way. 3 data sites in a single HiSec system? This is just insulting. This is actually trying to make me feel bad. Unbelievable. 4 data sites in HiSec. 4 data sites in HiSec. I'm blaming you, 7th. This is your fault, 7th Heaven. By the way, speaking of 7th Heaven, I actually, given all of my current hobby of looking into all sorts of, like, the history of faith and stuff over time, and et cetera, and learning about Gnosticism. 7th Heaven, is that a Gnostic reference? Is your name a Gnostic reference? I'm pretty sure it is. I'm going to out you, because I'm upset at you right now. Those are like 5 million ISK total. They're not if they're event sites. They're not if they're event sites. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. Don't worry about it. Also, this reminds me of, so one time I got my my now ex-wife, but back then wife, to play EVE Online. Like, she played every once in a while. One time she got on. She's like, okay, I'll play some EVE for a little bit. She went, did exploration HiSec, went 4 jumps, scanned down a covert research facility, went in, hacked 1 can, got 35 million ISK, warped off, and was like, I guess I'm done. I'm like, God damn it. The half-line main looks like Ash is getting burned. Maybe. My name is intentional. Yeah, I was watching one of the things about, like, because, like, what's crazy is that, like, the Gnostic books didn't get published until, like, 1945, and then the Book of Thomas wasn't actually identified until, like, 2006. So a lot of this stuff is very new stuff. But yeah, when I was watching that, I was like, they're like, oh yeah, and the 7th Heaven. I was like, wait a minute, more data. She said, easy game, need something more challenging. Yeah, she's like, I guess I'm good for the day. And I was like, God damn it. And that's the last time she ever played. Is this really going to be this way this whole time? Now the CIA is talking about Enoch book in regards to UFO disclosure wild time. I mean, it is pretty wild. Again, what's crazy to me is how new a lot of this information even is. It references multiple things and spans multiple. You're right. It's absolutely correct, because, like, the idea of the 7 heavens is based on the 7 planetary bodies, etc., etc. Hey, a cosmic signature. Anybody want to bet that it's a data site? But it really jumped out at me when I was watching a thing on Gnosticism specifically. They called it out. I think doesn't the idea of it originally emerge from Neoplatonism, though? $5 a data site, yeah. Also the weakest of the great bows in FFTA. But the weakest great bow teaches the most devastating attack. What is FFTA? This is hard to scan. This might be a sleeper cache. Y'all know if I decided to do data sites instead, none of these would be here, right? Like, if I had chosen to be like, and today we're going to do more data sites for the event, let's go. None of these sites would have been here. We can all agree, right? We all know that's true, right? Motherfucker. Oh, it's just an intelligence check cache. Whatever. I hate it here. Let's move on. Hey, thank you for that. 07. It's okay. Makes me feel better. Going home in 1 hour. Good luck. Thanks for the news and entertaining alert. 07. Thank you guys for hanging around through that weird tangent of game theory or game design theory and, you know, cultural theory, sociology and psychology that we did earlier too. Enjoy your trip home. Love it. Excellent. I do write. I have a Medium blog where I write a lot of my theories about philosophy and, you know, whatnot, as well as, you know, my past and other things I've learned. I recently did one that's titled "The History of Religion and Culture," which basically talks about how, like, as civilization emerges, in relation, like, our idea of religion and gods and titles for things kind of evolve over time. You can check it out if you want. I don't actually know if I have a link to that here. Pull it up real quick. Here is all my writings. It does include my writing that addresses my past, if anybody's interested about that. Again, things I want to dig into more, but I appreciate should probably be part of the Decanted channel instead of the main channel. Oh, it's a combat site. It's a tier 1 combat site. Wait. That could be it, right? I mean, it could also be a shitty combat site, but it could be it. Isn't it a tier 1 combat site? What is the Deep Flow Rift? It is not a Deep Flow Rift. All right. I read your Medium blog maybe a week or two ago, and though I do not fully agree with the sentiments, I respect Ash as a man. Oh, I appreciate that. Hey, I even say in there, I don't publish it just for, like, to try to convince other people, but it's to get my own ideas challenged. So if you don't agree with everything I write, that's fine. I just hope that it can open up conversation and understanding broadly. And if there's something I need to learn, I hope to be pointed in the correct direction. Part of the second half of my life has been about learning how wrong I was for the first half of my life about a lot of things. All right. Well, this is not working. Oh. Thank you, 7th. Yeah. Aw, lazy. Aw, you guys are awesome. I like to say that I don't want to be right at the... I don't care if I'm correct at the beginning of a conversation. I want to be right at the end of a conversation. That's why I like to talk to people that challenge my ideas. Not because I want to necessarily change people's mind, but I want to confront my own ideas with other people's. So that's why if you don't agree with me, I'm happy to talk to you. I want to know what makes you feel differently than I do. You know? Unless you're a null secker, I don't really care about that. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Maybe test. Joking. I tested in my employment history, just so you guys know. I'm high sec, very high sec. I mean, 420 was a few weeks ago now. You, dude? Wait, what? Nice, Malak. Have to be very high for the research. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like this is the show for me to say shit that's gonna get me to not get monetized, but I'll bite that one. No, Malak is playing. He just picked up Satisfactory. That real Tristan looks pretty good, really good. I'm sure it performs well too. What? Hey, thanks for the sub. Dyson Sphere program is so good. Guys, we did it. Okay, so I need to be in a fleet, right? So I'm going to form a fleet with myself. That's all I need, right? I just need to be in a fleet with myself, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to do this deep flow rift. We're going to succeed at it. We're going to get a payout, maybe. And then we're going to drop fleet, find another deep flow rift, in theory. And see if we get a payout. Okay, so the key here is that we want to use our tractor beams on the deep flow rift. And we want to keep an eye out for the rift instability. So I'm going to move the opportunities up. You can move in the top left. You can see top left over there. There's all the different charms. If I move it further to the left, it's going to move it further up on the list. So I can move this to make it so the deep flow rift information is up here now. So now I can see it. And let's get going. And you can see that the instability increases per cycle. But I can keep more or less 2 running all the time. I don't want to have a surge. If I get a surge, I'm going to have to leave. Hey! My payment will be from the DED. Thank you for stream. Hell yeah. Not really important other than selling it. Yes, Warpath Intel is just a commodity for selling as far as we know. Now, the phrasing on it is a bit weird. So I don't know how much, like, to read into it. It's not impossible that they will introduce something else that it's useful for. This is specifically the one that is from the hacking sites, right? The hacking site one is different. The doodad is different from the combat one, and the hacking site one doesn't suggest that it is exclusively for NPC buy orders in the same way that the combat one does. And so I doubt it. But just in case, I would not be, or it could very well be possible that that you that some other value to it will be added in later in the event. So you could just theoretically save it until you get, sorry, I'm trying to do the rift at the same time. This is actually hard to do while also thinking and talking at the same time. This does take like a weird amount of attention to juggle all these different things at the same time. I'm not even doing that great of a job of it, to be honest. At least I'm not causing a surge, though. I'm holding on to it just in case. I have always space for an expired event trend. Well, the nice thing is that, so the hacking loot, like if it is like the turn-in commodity portion of it, that won't go away. It's not like the intel, which is the tokens that are used for the trade-ins. If the last event is any clue, the trade-ins will turn off shortly after the event does, and so once that happens, that currency will become useless. But the commodities, the things that you sell directly to NPC buy orders, whenever they introduce a new commodity to buy with NPC buy orders, I don't think that I can't think of a single time that they've ever removed one. So chances are that will always be available to be sold to. Again, we're kind of in uncharted territory to a certain extent. But yeah, I would definitely save it till the last week and then sell them unless you need it for something, or whatever, you need the ISK for something. By selling that and Project Discovery at once? Nope, not going to. I don't think that's possible. It's actually crazy how like high APM this is compared to most Eve tasks, because you have to keep cycling your tractors when you normally don't. Backdooring the Fulcrum? Hell yeah. I actually really like the deep flow riffs. I think it's a fun thing. I'm glad that they put them into the game, and I'm glad that they're still around. I do think it's funny that they added fishing in Eve and No Man's Sky at basically the exact same time. Very weird. But yeah, I find that 3 salvagers are basically the optimal for, not salvagers, tractors, for running your deep flow rift. You kind of can keep 2 of them running nonstop, so that third allows you to kind of amp up or back off or whatever. And that instability took a while to update. When were the rifts added? Drifter Hive during the Drifter Crisis event, or as that was leading up to it. So in the last like 2 years. It was pre-Drifter Crisis. It was like it was the year before the Drifter Crisis. So it was like within the, like 1 to 2 years ago, basically. And Drifter Crisis is different than the Drifter Invasion of like 2019. So the Drifters attacked Nullsec in 2019, but that was a very limited engagement as part of the greater Triglavian invasion. The Drifters did their own proper full force invasion onto known space last year, which culminated in the empires and other organizations competing for each other for a chance to take over the Drifter Hive systems. So now the 5 Drifter Hive systems have been taken over by the Caldari, the Amar, the Mimitar, Edencom, and the Convocation of Triglav. And, that was that. So that was the Drifter Crisis. That was last year. But, before the Drifter Crisis started, you had the Drifters attack on Zarzak. And that initial attack, the Horizon Siege attack, I think is about the time that I even think that the Deep Flow Rifts appeared a little bit before that, because they were kind of one of the earlier signs that something weird was going on between the Triglavians and Drifters. I think actually, you know what? I think it was exactly 2 years ago, because I think it was Capsuleer Day 2 years ago when they redid the Doctor Who event, but with Drifter sites with Drifters instead of Doctor Who guys. Yeah, that was. I'm pretty sure that's when these things were introduced. In 27th August, the Capsuleers can seek out the new rifts and engage in new and exciting activities. Okay, well, fine. Not quite. What? Why? Why did I lose lock? That's weird. They're just a different kind of thing to do. Now, if you let the instability build up, you can spawn the rogue drones, and then killing the rogue drones does give you some standings with both Triglavians and Edencom, which can be handy. Well, I live to see fishing in EVE Online, and we got it before GTA 6. Yes. I have 3 more cans to get. There's 1, so there's 2 more cans to get. One more can to get, right? Wait, hold on. I got an extra can and it didn't actually count it. Wait, I got a can and it didn't count it? Okay, that's fine. Wait, I got another can and it didn't count it? Oh, I got paid out. Maybe it did count it and it just didn't update. Hold on. Okay, so great. So I just got a 3 million ISK reward, DED reward, Ashtarothi for services performed. So you're telling me, how do I feel today? I feel better. Thank you very much. My throat's a little bit froggy still, but we're getting through it. So I did get a 3 million ISK reward for finishing the site. So you're telling me that if I wasn't in a fleet, I would not have gotten that reward? That's the implication, right? Or that's the suggestion that we've had. Now I have to find another one and do it again, this time without a fleet. Things I do for you people. All right, we're going to recover the active probes just in case, because they're probably old at this point. We're going to scan down the rest of the sites here. Can I get 2 deep flow rifts in the same system? I mean, I guess it all depends on what you mean by woke. I think I think that GTA is likely to challenge your ideas of what wokeness is, just because of the fact that it is a piece of counterculture, and therefore it will challenge your ideas of popular understanding of things. Is it anything else dropping from the deep flow rifts? We'd have to check it out. I'll open them in just a second. I think you get like fish and other weird shit from it. Hold on. Speaking of frogs, there are frozen or rather stasis ones for sale. Can't talk about the lore on those. Frozen frogs? And the senatorial swamp skin. The things I do for you people, yeah. Let me finish scanning down these two sites, and then we'll open up the deep flow cans that we have, and then figure out what's going on next. Another data site. Awesome, of course. No problem. Why not? Why not more data sites? Why not continue to remind me that I could have just brought a data analyzer? Is it actually called frog? Can I search for the word frog? Nope. I know there's frozen fish that come from the thing. Stasis ones? Oh my god, another intelligence crate. I don't think they're dropping right now. What are they called? Search for skippers. Okay. Oh, yeah. Cryostored luminaire skippers. These large indigo-hued amphibians are commonly used in laboratory work. Each weighs roughly 2 kilograms. And their natural environment in the marshlands of Galente Prime are the dominant aquatic predator. To prevent the stresses of space travel from affecting these frogs' psychology, it's necessary to transport them in a cold case, which drops their body temperature and induces a state of hibernation. Where did these things come from? These are from the winter event, right? The winter crates. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up these deep flow rifts boxes. Oh, I got a wait. Oh, I got one glorified one and 21 proven one. Okay. I can just open up here, right? Ah, there we go. We got the frozen fish. The frozen ryba. You caught a fish. It has been frozen in the indeterminable period of time, and its structure warped by the abyssal environment in ways that are difficult to determine. So it has no nutritional or monetary value. And then I got 9 surveys, which is almost 1 million ISK, and a neural network. So I got 1.1 million from that one can. That's not bad. Let's do the other 21. And then we go hack all. Boop. All right, great. And we got a total of 27 million from that one wormhole. Plus, don't forget the 3 million for completing the site. So I got 30 million from one deep flow rift. Now look up squid. Nope. Okay, let's go here. We got to find one more deep flow rift, hopefully. And this time I'm going to leave my fleet. So now I'm not in a fleet. Best fishing so far in an MMO is Guild Wars 2. I have yet to actually play Guild Wars 2. No squid? That speak Caldari censorship. Well, I mean, no, just the word squid. There's the entire octopus regiment. So there's that. Very good game. Played it since 2005. Guild Wars 2 is 2005? Is that true? If you play Guild Wars 1, you won't like Guild Wars 2? It's too much like WoW? I actually never played Guild Wars 1 either. I was a big fan of WoW, though, back in the day. Guild Wars 1 was 2005. That tracks. That makes sense. I was a big fan of Asheron's Call. Asheron's Call 2 is terrible, but Asheron's Call 1 was one of the most innovative MMOs in MMO history. I've been playing MMOs for a very long time. I've been playing MMOs. I like to say I'm one of the first 50 people to ever play an MMO because I was an alpha tester for The Realm, which was a game that was made by Sierra Online Entertainment back when that was a thing. It was so early of an MMO, it wasn't even called an MMO. It's just called a visual-based MUD because it was basically like a MUD. If you ever played one of those, the multi-user dungeons. I actually was a god on a MUD like back in '98. I played Ultima Online. Yep, Ultima Online was after Asheron. The Realm came out before Ultima Online. Dark Ages of Camelot was a great one. I actually never played Dark Ages of Camelot either, but I did have some friends that played it. Not one of the ones I actually got into. That was very much when I was in my like hardcore WoW days. I went The Realm, Ultima Online, Asheron's Call, World of Warcraft, dabbling in a bunch of stuff, EVE Online, Final Fantasy 14. The God of Mud. I mean, they just, that's what they call, like, if you're I built levels and stuff for the MUD. I was like the lowest level of God, which has its own, it's its own implication. Man, this conversation's been all over the place, huh? Another data site. Excellent. Certainly not frustrating. Not making me mad at all. Seriously, guys, if anybody wants to do the data site, you guys should just follow me around. I found like 10. Just a minor deity. Yeah. Sub-deity, if anything. I did, man, whatever happened to the Dark Ages of Camelot? Like, they were remaking it, right? But then, like, it got wonky, and I saw something about it. I don't even know what the state of it is. Speaking of games about to come out, is anybody else excited about Subnautica 2? That has been the craziest story. But I really want to support the early access at this point. I watched a lot. You've got to be kidding me. I've never seen this many. Yeah. I mean, if you notice the release trailer or the early access trailer for Subnautica 2 does not list Krafton as a publisher. So that's so crazy. For those of you who don't know, like, so Krafton is like the publisher of Subnautica. And there's this whole thing about, like, the Subnautica devs were saying that Subnautica 2 was close to early access. But then there was this whole thing about how the Subnautica devs would have been paid extra money, like the leadership would have been paid extra money if they had hit certain financial goals. So the accusation was that Krafton kind of stepped in and, like, delayed the early access and then tried to kick out the people running the company. And this leads to a whole bunch of lawsuits and back and forths about it, which was very interesting. And there's cool YouTube videos breaking it all down. But in the end, it seems like the developers won over Krafton. And so the owners of the company have been reinstated as owners. Krafton is no longer allegedly in the picture anymore, but Krafton still owes them money if they hit targeting goals, and the early access for Subnautica 2 releases next month, or this month, next month. CEO is talking to ChatGPT. The story is just wild across the board. Like, this isn't one of those ones where it's like, this was the good guy, this was the bad guy, everybody's like, it is such a wild story. But I'm actually kind of interested in Subnautica 2. It's supposed to be multiplayer, right? If you've never played Subnautica, it's a great game. It's also one of those games that's good to go in blind, honestly. I don't necessarily look it up. The progression of the game is actually fairly well designed to just play the game and enjoy it. Ocean is too scary for me. The thalassophobia of Subnautica is crazy, though. It is true. That said, though, I will say I take every opportunity I can to say this, since I got y'all here. Go play Outer Wilds. The game Outer Wilds. Not Outer Worlds. Not Outer Worlds. That's a different game. Outer Wilds. It's about campfires and marshmallows. And that is literally all you get to know. Go play that game. Don't look up anything about it. Don't read anything about it. Don't watch reviews about it. Just go play Outer Wilds. Oh my god, a relic site. They exist. It's such a beautiful game. It's a beautiful game. If you don't want to play Outer Wilds, which admittedly some people don't, I do recommend at least watching somebody, like, pick your favorite person who played it. It's okay to watch it with a Let's Play if you want to. If you're not planning on playing it at all, just realize that you only get to play it once. So whether you watch somebody play it or you play it yourself, that's it. That's your one time that you get to enjoy it. Sounds like a Fight Club game? No. The point is that it's a game about figuring it out, right? So the more you know about it, the more it's that aspect of it is ruined for you. Oh no, I'm so far away. Micro warp drive. Sounds like crap at replay. That is the big problem with it, is that it isn't really a replayable game. If you played Pokemon as a kid, Pokopia was way better than it has any rights to be. Yeah, I'm not getting a Switch 2. Not right now. Not probably ever, but it looks good. So the game I want to pick up, the thing I want to do on my second channel, actually, what I've been really getting closer and closer to sitting down and doing. I do love Enfield, and I want to show that off, but like, I think that people should just play Enfield. I want to do a Let's Play of Disco Elysium. I've never played Disco Elysium. I've heard nothing but stupidly good things about it. I mean, I've played Disco Elysium for like 5 minutes in order to get like a feel for what the hell we're talking about. I think that that's going to be the thing. So it might start this week or whatever. That is the thing I'm kind of targeting to be the thing that I play on my Let's Play. Although, admittedly, I think I'm supposed to get back to Star Wars at some point, too. Nobody yells at me about these things. Y'all need to yell at me more to get back on my second channel stuff. Malak does. He's a good friend. I think that I think I'm gonna have a lot to say while playing Disco Elysium, is what I do know. Just based on, if you guys have been paying attention to this conversation today, I think that you could probably agree that I will have a thing or two to say while playing Disco Elysium. I play a ton of Convoy. 8-bit Mad Max style war rig game. That sounds fun. What was it? There's another game that's kind of like Disco Elysium. So like Planescape Torment, I always loved. I loved Planescape. So there is another game. There's a game that was made by the people who made Planescape Torment that I've also been interested in getting deeper into. I did play that on stream, I think, once. But I didn't keep going. I could also play Outer Wilds on stream if people want to, but the problem is I already know it. So I'd be kind of like being your tour guide. It is much better to watch somebody play that game who hasn't played it. 10 of 10 Disco. Would you guys watch, if I play, here's the question. If I play Disco Elysium, would you guys watch it? That's the question. I know it's a good game, but the thing is I could always just play it by myself. I could always just sit down and just play it and enjoy it and then talk about it. But like to do it as a stream is a whole separate thing. So if it's interesting to people, if it's valuable to people, then I would do it. Disco's a game to experience? I mean, sure. But I think it'd be good to... Don't you want to watch me experience it? That's the question. I do enjoy playing games like that on stream or whatever because it gets me to slow down and read everything because I read everything out loud. So that's helpful. I have dyslexia, so I have a tendency to kind of skip over stuff otherwise. Man, I have less than an hour. In about an hour is my hard out because my son is coming over today. So hopefully we can find this thing. Otherwise, we're going to have to try it another day. I was here when you played Raid Shadow Legends. I think at this point I'll watch anything. I still play Raid Shadow Legends every single day and want to make more videos about it, just so you know. Have I played FTL? Of course I've played FTL. FTL was really good. I also recently, speaking of FTL, I just recently picked up RimWorld. That's a good one. You'd watch me play Disco? All right, great. I got one. No. I love how like scanning to me is so ingrained that I can basically do it without thinking about it while still talking to you guys. But then the simple act of trying to keep my tractors running causes my brain to freeze up. After one run, it just makes me want to play Star Sector. I haven't played Star Sector yet. Oh, the Phasmophobia update happened today, and from everything I've seen and heard about it, it's ridiculous. I'd watch the playthrough once it's finished. I mean, that's fair. That's good to know. Of course, it's an intelligence cache. I have not yet played X4. I've heard really great things about it, though. I wish they'd make a new FTL. Star Sector is great. I just like to know about the crew. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's one of the things I love about RimWorld, right? And actually, so I remember back when I was on Twitch, I played Universim. And the really cool thing about Universim was that it was like Twitch integrated. So my viewers would be able to make a character in my little society, and like they theoretically they could try to become the leader of the society or whatever, take on different roles. Sometimes they died, bad things happened to them, all that stuff. But it was really fun that there was integration where my viewers could just like literally step into the game. It's the one thing I seriously regret about not being on Twitch anymore is like Twitch integration games were pretty cool. Convoy is like FTL of Mad Max. Do you have like your crew and everything? I've always wanted them to introduce crews to EVE Online, where you can have individual people that maybe add bonuses, but when your ship dies, the people that were on the ship have a pretty a chance of not surviving. So like, not only do you decide whether or not you want to bring a specific ship, but you have to decide whether or not you want to bring your weapons officer with you. But this has been good. I'm often worried about like, I try to make sure that my shows are kind of like dense and not overly meandering. But then it's like, well, I also want to just play where I'm just playing and hanging out with you guys too. So trying to find a good balance of that is always important. So thanks for hanging out today, guys. I think this has been a good balance of important stuff to talk about and just bullshitting. Play discos yourself. Don't overthink it. Oh, yeah. No, I'm going to... Well, hold on. You can't say that because that's a contradictory statement. Do you want me to play it as myself or do you want me to not overthink it? You mean don't get all meta about it. And I agree. I'm going to try to immerse myself as much into it as I can. Oh. Maybe. Maybe. Nope. I can't believe Seventh Heaven convinced me to try to find 2 deep flow riffs in a single stream. What do we got here? Oh, let's do the echo because the echoes are easier to pin down. The stream has been a good balance. I'm not usually on at this time, so I didn't want to provide undue influence on future streams when I'm not a regular. No, man, everybody gets to have influence, man. It's fine. We can all blame Seventh Heaven for this. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Don't be something I'm not. Well, I mean, I'm a YouTube entertainer. That's what I am. I want to make sure that you guys are having a good time, you know? The worst thing would be just like me doing my own thing, you know, and have everybody be like, what the hell? Not be into it. I'd rather be like knowingly out of line with everybody else, not accidentally. Deep flow rifts are perfect for new players. All non-drop goods in the game should be able to, if not salvaged, have their goods or byproducts randomly injected to deep flow rifts. It would be a cool place for them to like just kind of, they could put whatever they want to in there. They haven't, but they could. True. I think it would have been a great place for them to put some trig salvage. Oh, we did it! We did it! We got it! We got it! We got a deep flow rift! Yay! All right. Hopefully, this one's not being run. I am not in a fleet this time, okay? I am not in a fleet. So we're going to do the same thing as last time, but this time not be in a fleet. I'm going to move my tractor units to being at 1, 2, and 3, so that way I don't have any more confusion about which buttons to hit. Oh, and it's not occupied either. Hell yeah! Oh, snap. Okay, good. Pull this in. Pull these in. Rift is spawned. Let's go. Kitty is mewing? Wait, what? Oh, could you guys hear the dog outside? You guys saw the Newark plane and truck short? What? Disco's an RPG that tinkers with your mind. You can be the hero or badass, but it's better to be what you are? Yeah. Well, that's good role-playing game. I think that's about, I mean, that's what a good role-playing game should be, is like give you an opportunity to explore who you are, right? Boop, boop, boop. Whoa, what's going on? No, what'd you do, 7th? How dare you put word, period, word? The drop table could be way, way better. Wait, what? Oh, for deep flow rifts? I thought you were talking about little bobby tables. I skipped a space, yeah. Drop a fishing hat with tackle, which gives you a mullet. I mean, I have my hat. I need to keep fishing, but hold on. Here's my hat. This is the hat that I wear. Well, now I can't hear the game, but it doesn't really matter too much. Oh yeah, no, this is my actual unit. This is my actual unit crest as part of the second ACR. This is the unit I deployed with. It isn't my original Stetson. I actually gave my Stetson to my battle buddy when I left the military. But I got this, it's actually a fishing hat originally, I think. But it looks like a Stetson, and I put all my Stetson pins on it, so. Ooh, don't let that happen. Almost let it surge. That's bad. Frothy Grimes, I don't know. What? You have a delay in your stream because I think people can see your system and give you a tough time? Absolutely, people can come and see me and give me a tough time anytime they want to. That's true. I do not put any delays on my stream. The thing is that, like, one of the things I've learned is that, like, the more you try to hide, I mean, people could just use a locator agent to find me if they wanted to. So, like, yeah, I mean, I embrace the idea that Eve is an open world. Somebody can come and interact with me negatively if they want to. They can come and interact with me positively if they want to. That's part of the beauty of the game, and that's what I accept when I stream the game. That's why I don't, like, do any OPSEC or anything, usually. Rip. I've been doing this for a long time, man. We used to have people come and try to harass us during, like, fleets and stuff. And we actually had, like, people would often end up feeling bad because of it, because they'd mess up or something. And so we had a wall of shame of people that tried to mess with us. But, like, in my opinion, it's all just content. So if you want to come and, like, ruin my day, like the guy that ganked me earlier today when I was in my wolf, my only regret is that he didn't do it while I was on stream. So that way I didn't get any content out of it. Somebody comes in and ganks me now or steals my stuff, like, that's, I mean, I'm not here to run I'm not here to run a deep flow rift. I'm here to make content for you guys, right? So if my content ends up being running a deep flow rift, then great. If my content ends up being dealing with the 50 thrashers that come and try to gank me while I'm doing a deep flow rift, then that's fine too. That's still me showing you me playing the game. And that's how I feel about it. Rick Grimes from Walking Dead? Yeah. Okay. I'm waiting for C5 wormhole ratting with dreads from you. Theoretically speaking, I'd be able to do that. There's been some people that have offered me to use their wormhole to show off stuff. That's anything that requires a bunch of setup, obviously. Like, it'd be good to do a show off of something to people. But I also let people that are, like, specialists in their field also do their own content, if that makes sense. Most of my stuff is just kind of trying to understand the news of the day and having fun with the game. Because my big challenge, the thing I've always, like, had be my metric is just not to become a bitter vet. Don't become a bitter vet. If you can avoid becoming a bitter vet, then you're winning. Because it's all about, like, it's your experience, man. If your mentality makes you miserable, then that's just you being miserable. That doesn't help anything. So how do you play games? How do you engage with your life in such a way that engagement is, like, unlocks its maximum potential, right? And being cynical about shit often is not the way to do that. May I ask how I served? I signed up in 2001, 2002. Yeah, I deployed, or I did the training and all that stuff. I went to Iraq in 2023, 2024, so IF1. Yeah, as a Cat Scout, 19 Delta. There are also people trying to sell wormholes like real estate. That's true. We've got 2 more cans to go, and then we see whether or not we get our ISK reward. And then I'm free. Come on, cans. Why is the last 2 cans taking so long? One more. I was looking at the canister found and thinking it was the instability, so I was playing a lot more cautious. Come on, 1 more can. 1 more can. 1 more can. 1 more can. And it finished. I got no reward. Oh my god, it's true. It's true. It's true. You get 3 million ISK if you're in a fleet, but you don't get that ISK if you're not in a fleet. Huh. That's so crazy. I also didn't get any glorified deep flow this time. It's proven. So then that means it's almost certainly true about both the Drifter hacking site and the low sec event hacking site. I don't know if it's a bug report or not. Is it a bug report? Might be. I'm going to mention it to a couple people, see what they think, but hey, I got an Azdaja statuette this time. The Jade statue. Disco Elysium sounds is very cool. There's a high tone behind your voice when you speak, like feedback. It's my computer. Unfortunately, like, cause it's whirring so bad. I apologize. It's one of the things I keep on trying to fix with my audio. I mean, you couldn't activate Abyssals for a long time without being in fleet. Ones that require fleet, yeah. But the fact that you get different rewards based on whether or not you're in a fleet was the thing that's weird that I didn't know about. All right. Well, time to head home and then wrap things up, guys. I have a dog to check on and get ready for my son to be over. We're not going to be streaming. Now we know. Yep, now we know. Science. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming, should be streaming Thursday, which, of course, there's going to be the convoy stuff going on and everything. So I'll probably try to get at least eyes on what the hell's going on there. I do recommend, if you want to do something between now and then, joining the Guristas and taking part in the latest insurgency in order to try to make the systems that are involved in at least one of the convoys into in the lawless system. Could be very, very entertaining. Other than that, we'll just continue to be covering the event and all that stuff starting next in 2 days, Thursday, with whatever's happening. Today we covered the takeover of Syndicate and speculated about what that could possibly mean. And for some reason, ran off and did some deep flow sites. But I had a good time. I hope you guys had a good time. All that said, I've been Ashrothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about since 2012, and I'm here to put even to context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much, especially all you guys that have been hanging out today. It's been a lot of fun today. Thank you for all of you who've been participating in chatting. The people that decided to go the extra mile to do to donate. Hold on, let me see if I can pull those up. I'm so bad at doing this normally. I'm going to make sure to do this now while I'm paying attention. Yeah, we got Michael with $50. thank you so much. We've got Inept Sparrow with $5. You rock. And Kira Same with $2. Thank you so much. But thank you all for liking, commenting, subscribing, watching the stream, all that sort of stuff. We are here to help people understand EVE, to make people better, a more literate player base, because a better, more knowledgeable player base means a better EVE online. So I also want to give a special shout out to my top tier supporters, which I read earlier, but we'll do it again. 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Leet, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, Grims, May, Malak Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mayak, Morcar, Michael, Nihilum, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, Thrans, and Rid. Thank you guys so much. Check that blog soon. Which blog? Which blog? All right. Hit me up in Discord if you want to chat some more, or if you want to come hang out with us in game, or just talk about whatever. I am on the COE Discord. If you haven't gotten your 1,000,000 free skill points, make sure to use the link down below or in chat to get the 1,000,000 free skill points. That's 40 days of training for alphas, 20 days for omega, for free, and it helps those who help the channel, so on and so forth. Thank you all for watching, supporting, etc. And until next time, I have been Ashrathi, the voice of New Eden, and I'll see you in space.
Bring on the wrecking machine.
Like the stream for the guineas!
For every city